Helps to get it right.
And you've got to get it right each time. Graphics. Logo. I'll put my logo on it.
Are we ready? Can I go? Right, I'm going to go. StreetMic.
You want me to get that? But it's on. No. 30 seconds. I'm now on Facebook and YouTube. And Vimeo, so I'm on 3 networks at once. Hold on. That's on.
Are we good?
Did I switch? Your one is not coming on. Let me hear your voice.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Going to do a talk on Ukraine and Russia.
We're good.
Okay. So I want to start off by these words. My sorrow is beyond healing. My heart is faint within me. Behold, listen, the cry of the daughter of my people from a distant land. Is the Lord not in Zion? Is her king not within her? Why have they provoked me with their graven images, with foreign idols? Harvest is past, summer is ended, and we are not saved. For the brokenness of the daughter of my people, I am broken. I mourn. Dismay has taken hold of me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then has not the health of the daughter of my people been restored? I want to talk about an illness that is infecting the church, an illness of nationalism that we are seeing the fruits of in Russia and Ukraine. The Bible describes the church, and it describes it in a very particular way. In 1 Peter chapter 2, verses 9 and 10, we read, "But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for God's own possession, so that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who has called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. For you were once not a people, but now you are the people of God. You had not received mercy, but now you have received mercy." This is what the Bible describes the church as being. And right now, we see a cancer and a sickness tearing the church to pieces in Eastern Europe, where Russian Christians and Orthodox Christians are fighting and killing one another. Now, I want to start off by saying that we've got sympathy. I have a great deal of sympathy for the Ukrainian people and what they're going through right now, how they are suffering. And I appeal for people within the church to open up their hearts to the Ukrainian people and to Ukrainian refugees as they flee this war. And I want to point out what a contrast it is to see the images of Ukrainian refugees who are fleeing, and what we're seeing are women and children fleeing their homes. And how that contrasts so much with the refugees that have come out of Afghanistan and Syria, where young men of fighting age abandoned women and children to save themselves. Do not believe the lie. The religion that you follow really does make a difference. And that's why Ukrainian men are staying, and it is their women and children that are fleeing, as opposed to Syria and Afghanistan, where the men were the ones that fled and left the women and children behind. We must think for a moment as to why Russia has invaded. From the Russian perspective, there's no one reason. The Russian demographics are in collapse because the Russian people have not been fully discipled to have core family values, to abandon contraception, to abandon abortion, to stop with the abuse of alcohol, to behave as chivalrous gentlemen, and their demographics, their population is collapsing. Russia also feels mournful about the collapse of the Soviet Union. The feeling that they have lost great swathes of their population, that there is a greater Russia not within the borders of Russia, and that Western powers have seized upon the weaknesses of Russia to advance their own geopolitical causes. NATO has moved east. Russia feels threatened by this. However, whatever grievances Russia may have because of the collapse of communism, it does not justify the invasion of Ukraine. It doesn't justify attacking Ukraine. Russia is morally wrong. There is no justification for this invasion. Ukraine was not an existential threat to Russia in the least. And Putin has made a terrible miscalculation. He feels that this attack will advance the agenda of Russia, will advance the cause of Russia, that somehow it will prevent NATO from going further west, and that somehow it will establish a pro-Russian government over Kiev. Nothing's going to be further from the truth. Even if Russia wins this war, and that's not guaranteed in the slightest, Russia now is a pariah state, a state rejected by a great majority of the world. Sanctions will clamp down upon its economy. The people of Russia will eventually suffer because of the choices of the Kremlin. It doesn't matter how big the war chest is that Putin has built up for himself in anticipation of these sanctions. It will eventually take a stranglehold over Putin. And what do they think that they will achieve by imposing a Russian government over the Ukrainians? Don't you think that the Ukrainians will just topple it the moment that the Russian military is not there, and then pursue with even more ardor the idea of alignment with the West? Putin has grossly miscalculated the topic. He's grossly miscalculated his stratagem. He has overreached. Furthermore, if the Russians persist in supporting a government, they will be an occupying force in Ukraine, subject to a guerrilla war that will go on for decades, much like it did in Afghanistan, costing the lives of Russian soldiers. And as much as the world is shocked by the fact that Russia has invaded Ukraine, the thing that should shock the Christian more is the fact that Christian has raised gun against Christian. They're all Orthodox Christians in Russia and Ukraine. Uniat Catholics follow an Eastern rite. Christians raising the gun against Christian should stab at the heart of every Christian. Because we Christians believe, as the apostles teach, that we as Christians, when we are baptized, enter into a new nation, a royal nation. We enter into a priesthood, a royal priesthood. That we are a holy nation, a people set apart unto God. That we who formerly were not one nation, now are one nation in Christ. And this act of betrayal of that common identity in Christ has happened for one reason: the disease of nationalism, has never left the church. Go into many Anglican churches today and you will see Union Jacks. You will see commemorations and celebrations of regiments of the British Army. Today, I was in the cathedral of the Ukrainian people at Mass this morning. I saw their tears. I saw them crying for their loved ones in Ukraine. This is a real wound that these people are feeling. But at the same time, I also saw the pulpit of the Holy Church being prostituted for the agendas of the Enlightenment. That from the pulpit, a politician was able to say that freedom, not Christ, was the highest goal that a human can aspire to. I saw the symbols of Ukraine being paraded around a Ukrainian church. I heard a Ukrainian ambassador struggling not to celebrate in the death of Russian Christians. Nationalism is a disease in the body of Christ. It is a cancer infecting our fellowships because we have not been discipled as the apostles call us to be discipled. When you are baptized into the body of Christ, you stop being British, you stop being Ukrainian, you stop being Russian, and you become Christian. This becomes your nationality. And so for a Christian to raise a gun against a Christian is to be Judas, is to betray Christ, is to betray the holy nation, the very people of God. We Christians must free ourselves of nationalism. Not in the way that the liberal progressives try to tell us that nationalism is evil, that nationalism is something that you should be ashamed of. I'm not interested in that kind of narrative. I want to replace one patriotic identity that a person can be proud of with another patriotic identity that a person can be proud of. Replacing your national identities with the identity of being a Christian and taking pride in that Christian identity, learning the history of the church, learning the beliefs of the church, its doctrines, learning its ethical systems, celebrating its festivals, celebrating its customs, however they are expressed amongst the various peoples, and standing in solidarity with one another. In Exodus, God said to the Hebrew nation, I am the Lord thy God, and thou shalt have no other God before me. For I am a jealous God. When men take up arms who are Christian to fight for a nation state, especially against other Christians, they are practicing idolatry.
So what should the
I'll take questions at the end. I'll take questions at the end.
Okay.
They are practicing idolatry. They are worshipping a false god. Christians are called to worship Yahweh alone, to be jealous and zealous in our loyalty to Him, which means jealous and zealous in our loyalty to other Christians, above the nation state, above the concerns of the state, all of whom are mere constructs of the Enlightenment. None of them are anything that can be dated past the 1700s. They're all modern inventions. The church was founded by Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago. All of the nation states that we ascribe to will at some point become history. The United Kingdom will break up. Ukraine may very well one day disappear. We Christians must give our best energies to the church. The nation is an idol when you sacrifice yourself for it. The apostles teach that we should give our souls and bodies as living sacrifices to God and to God alone, not to the nation. A little anecdote from my own life. When I was 18, I was going to join the British Army. I was aspiring to go to Sandhurst, the British University for Officers. Then the British government started to bomb Serbia, a Christian nation, killing other Christians, and I realized that as a Christian I could not join the British Army. Now, the brother asked, what should Christians do? The first thing that we should recognize is that Russia, the Russian state, is morally wrong and should be opposed. And we should appeal to Russian soldiers and to Russian Christians to stand against their government in the name of Christ. Consider the examples of the saints. Consider the example of Saint Maurice and the Legion of Theba. Now, this Roman legion had converted to Christ, and the Emperor of Rome had commanded this Roman legion to persecute Christians. Led by Saint Maurice, the legion refused to bear arms against their brothers and sisters, and the Roman Emperor decimated the legion. That means he killed every 10th man in the legion. And still the Legion of Theba refused to bear arms against their brother Christians. And so the emperor commanded that the entire legion should be destroyed completely. Saint Maurice led them in holy martyrdom rather than bring the sword against the neck of their fellow Christians. Russian soldiers and those in Russia, for the sake of Christ and for love of the church, oppose your government and refuse to bear arms. Some Orthodox Christians will point out that the Ukrainians are Uniate Catholics, a different denomination to the Russian Orthodox Church, thus demonstrating the evil of sectarianism, that one Christian would appeal to a sectarian difference to justify war against those who call upon Christ as their Saviour. Christians, consider the examples of the great Saint Alexander Nevsky, of Saint Theodore Stratollatus, of Demetrius, the great martyr. All of these saints refused to obey their emperors. They refused to obey the state. When a godless state like the United Kingdom calls you to fight against Christians, you should refuse as a Christian. When Putin calls Christians to fight Christians, you should refuse. The failure of Russia to be appealing to Eastern Europe is a rebuke of the policies of Putin, who failed to bring about the kind of socio-economic and political circumstances that the Eastern Europeans wanted to be joined to. Rather than take responsibility for his own failings, he has instead decided to use the sword. Christians, our faith is clear, as it says in Revelations. It says in Revelations chapter 1, verse 6, and he, speaking of Jesus Christ, has made us, speaking of the church, to be a kingdom of priests. A kingdom. That is what we are described as in the Bible. We Christians are described as a kingdom, a nation, a people. Peoples do not fight against themselves. We don't wage war against our brothers and sisters. It is a betrayal of Christ to fall into nationalism, and the church must free itself completely from nationalism, something that it has failed to do completely for 2,000 years. It has always been in bed with some form of nationalism. Only in certain pockets have we managed to set ourselves free from this false god. But it is time for this doctrine to be fully discipled in the church, so that whether you are a Ukrainian Uniate Catholic, or a Russian Orthodox, or a German Lutheran, or an English Anglican, you consider yourself to be part of one people, one kingdom, one priesthood, one nation, under God, undivided, united in the service of Christ for the advancement of his kingdom and the glory of the church triumphant. Amen. Any questions?
So what should Ukrainian Christians actually do? Because I mean, Christians have been fighting Christians forever. I mean, Second World War, German soldiers full of Lutheran Christians. You know, the evangelical church in Germany, you know, lots of them fell in with Hitler. So I mean, what should actually British Christians, or in that situation, Ukrainian Christians now do?
So, let us talk about the question, what should Christians in Ukraine do? Firstly, he brings out many examples. The truth is that the church has always been beset by this idolatry. World War I, World War II are classic examples of how Christians have betrayed their faith for loyalty to the state. Christians are called to be faithful disciples of Christ. So what should the Christians do? The Christians in the Ukraine who are faithful to Christ should simply form defense militias to defend Christian populations. If the nationalists want to kill one another, let them do so. But my words are directed to Russian Christians who are betraying Christ for the nation state of Russia. You Christians in Russia should pull down this tyrant from his throne. You should hold him to account for failing to be a true disciple of Christ, for failing and call him to repentance. Drag him out of power. It's a little known fact that the archpriest of Russia, who had access to all the oligarchs and to Putin himself, was demoted in the Russian Orthodox Church because he criticized their lack of piety and their lack of discipleship. The oligarchs of Russia are treating the Russian Federation as a fiefdom. And the maturity of the Russian believer is to put Christ before Russia. And Christ before Russia means Christ before the agenda of a national state as defined by those Russian oligarchs. What should the Christians of Britain be doing? We should be supporting our brothers and sisters who are suffering in Ukraine. It will be interesting to see if we are as open to Ukrainian refugees as we were to the Afghan refugees, where we changed our laws simply to bring them over by the airplane full. Why can we not do that for the Ukrainians? And we should do it quickly. Christians, whenever a Christian people are persecuted, here is something that you can do in this country. Go and show your solidarity by visiting their churches, by showing, as I did, by going to the Ukrainian cathedral today. They had a collection for those who are suffering in Ukraine. You can give, and then you can network, and then you can find the means of doing further support and further activism. We Christians need to organize ourselves as a people separate from the state, different from the state. Whenever we organize ourselves along state lines, we end up being dragged along with the state agenda. Any other questions?
The Church has long had a just war doctrine, which derives from the angelic doctrine himself.
Yep.
Surely this war is a just war. Why are our church leaders not proclaiming this?
So the question is that the church has a doctrine of just war. That is absolutely true. The church does have a doctrine of just war. Christianity is not for wimps, nor is it for pacifists. And those who teach that the church cannot fight have adulterated the faith according to their own spineless, yellow-bellied, lily-livered cowardice. The Christians of the Ukraine can fight to defend their communities, and the Christians of the world can fight to support them in politics and economics. Christians can fight, but we Christians should organize ourselves legally but separately from the state. And there are many legal avenues by which we can do this. Number one, a state like Hungary or the Ukraine could declare a foreign legion that is built along the kind of model of our ancient fighting orders, the Templars and the Knights of St. John Hospitaller, open it up internationally for people to join this foreign legion, and for that foreign legion to fight for Christian causes under the direction of the government. That's one legal method. Another legal method is that many countries like the United States accept mercenaries as a legal body. What is to stop a Christian setting up a Christian mercenary organization with the singular directive that it will only fight in fields to defend Christians? A third legal option is something peculiar only to the Vatican. The Vatican is its own nation state, and it has its own legal army. The Vatican could negotiate with sympathetic governments like those in Poland and Hungary to expand a Vatican army where they can be based regiments in those countries who will fight according to the Vatican's commands in fields that the Vatican calls for. I want to be clear. I'm not calling for individuals to take law into their own hands. But as Christians, we can use the existing laws to defend our brothers and sisters. Any other questions? Okay. Any other questions? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Go on, sir.
Should we have a new crusade? Can you repeat that? Should we have a new crusade to Christianise the Middle East? You know, the time when they're ethnically cleansing anything against Christian communities.
So, the brother brings up a good point. Christians in the West are often silent about the persecution of Christians in the Middle East. And let's be clear, the West has no moral high ground over Putin. Through our alliance with NATO, we have allied ourselves with Erdogan of Turkey. Erdogan of Turkey is a carbon copy of Putin. He wants a new Turkish empire. His armies are still in northern Cyprus, occupying Christian land where Christians were ethnically cleansed from the 1970s onwards. Erdogan supported Islamist terrorists to go and fight against Armenia. Erdogan has sent his soldiers into North Africa because he aspires to establish a new Ottoman Empire, just like Putin desires to expand a new Russian Empire. Erdogan's Turkey desecrates the Church of Hagia Sophia. Erdogan's Turkey persecutes Christians in Turkey. Christians, let's be clear, the West has no moral high ground. NATO has no moral high ground because we are in bed with the butcherer of the Kurdish people, Erdogan, and the Kurdish state, which has never acknowledged, apologized, or paid reparations for the Armenian genocide. Now the brother asked, should we have a new crusade? If you understand the concept of crusade, you understand that the church has never not been on crusade. From its first century onwards, the church was always pilgrim towards the promised land. It was always pilgrim to a new homeland. The word crusade means to struggle in a holy and just cause. The liberation of our people, the church, from persecution is a holy and just cause. This does not mean, nor should it be heard, that I am advocating illegal forms of violence. I am not. We Christians should explore every legal route to come to the aid of our persecuted brethren, whether they are persecuted in Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Indonesia, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Malaysia, Sudan, Nigeria. All of these places, Christians are suffering. And what an indictment it is that Russia was willing to send 190,000 people to fight against brother Christians, but he did not spare 10,000 to defend Christians anywhere in the world. Any other questions? Going once?
What do you think about liberation?
The question is, what do I think about liberation theology? Liberation theology, ladies and gentlemen, emerged out of Latin America, and it emphasized the idea that Christians need to organize their communities to fight against
Can I get in there? 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 Can I get in there?
Not a spec. Fuck off. Look, you're saying flags again. You're saying flags again. I specifically told you this is not a flag. If you can show me, go on the internet, show me what flag this is.
I'm asking you to take it down. If you feel I'm not I will get them to take it down.
So you're saying flags and banners. I'm saying if you're going to follow the rules, follow it properly. It says signs as well. If there are any signs in Speaker's Corner, yeah, then you're not... I'm not shouting. I'm making sure everyone can hear. You're not going to bully me.
And no one's bullying you.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You may think I'm yelling, but this is my natural given voice. And I'm using less than a quarter of my voice.
But he's been quite reasonable.
Look, he's not being reasonable. First he said this is a flag. I specifically told him that this is not a flag.
What is it?
Then he said, take it down.
It's a banner. Material on the end of a pole.
Well, you can say whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you say. You can say whatever you want.
I think the wording is irrelevant.
Thank you. Everyone supports me here. But we're not working on ifs and buts and maybes. I've been bringing this here for a whole year. No one else has brought it. No, I'm not. We're not working on speculations. We're not working on just made up stuff. You're telling me about the rules here. And I'm telling you about the rules as if you didn't know it, but you're specifically telling me what I should do because you think I should follow what you're saying and you should not follow your own rules. Okay. Let everyone know, yeah, when these people try bullying me, it's never worked. It's never worked. It's never worked. No, but the thing is, I was having a polite conversation. I was being reasonable. No, I can hear you and I'm speaking to you at the same time. I just proved it. I can hear you and I can talk at the same time. Multitasking. I did listen, but you're telling me stuff. Okay, let's see what they have to say.
Okay, it's not about what you say though.
I said they have to say. You. This is not a flag. Again, this is not a flag. Clear for everyone to know this is not a flag. If you can show me what country this flag belongs to, yeah, then I'll be happy to, but you're never going to.
Country flag, does it? It's a flag. So if we're asking you for the comfort convenience for the park users, we're asking you to take the flag.
I hear you loud and clear. I'm telling you, if you want me to follow the rules, you should follow the rules. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite yourself. I'm specifically, you're trying to tell me about the rules as if I didn't know it. I'm telling you the rules much clearer than you are, but you're specifically pointing out to me.
Okay. Yes, you're right. Part of regulations, there's no banners, flags,
signs
allowed.
And signs. Don't forget the signs. Don't forget the signs. Yes, I'm just pointing out what you missed out.
Speaker's Corner is a little bit different to the rest of the rules, okay? We allow banners.
I'm not a retard, mate. I've been here, I've been coming here, I've never seen you here before. You're talking to me as if I'm some damn idiot or something. No, but the thing is, the way you're speaking to me is condescending. But the way you're speaking, look, we already know this is hypocrisy. This is hypocrisy. This is pure hypocrisy. It's pure hypocrisy. I was listening to you, but you're not listening to me as if you are the only one that's allowed to talk. I'm correcting you. You can speak. I'm not stopping you from speaking. I haven't got my mouth. I'm not. I can hear you though. I just proved that I can hear you at the same time. You're not speaking to everyone else. You're just talking to me. I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. It's not up to me. Whatever you can do.
Well, if you keep quiet for a minute, I'll explain.
Listen, that doesn't work.
You're right. And the regulations do not allow posters, displaying. Okay, right, so obviously on a Sunday, Speaker's Corner is slightly different to we allow people a little bit of freedom to speak. Right, okay.
I know the rules better than you then.
We allow posters, we allow.
I know what I'm allowed on Ramadan.
We do not allow big flags like that.
Look, the rules
I'm not sticking up for no one yet, but yesterday during the protest there was flags flying in there.
But they don't care.
No one took
They don't care. They just want somebody to listen to them. They just want to pretend like they got all the power, but they don't. If you don't follow the rules, you ain't got no power. They're still saying flag. You're still saying flag. It's not a flag.
Well, we agree to disagree. It's actually a flag.
Well, that to you, that doesn't mean whatever. You can say whatever you want. You're not even following.
On the direction of the constable, I'm asking to remove the flag or remove it from the park.
Okay,
Your choice.
hold on. You spoke, yeah?
Yep.
You're not the only one that gets to speak. I get to speak as well, right? Now I get to speak. Now you get to be quiet. I said to you, if you want me to look, they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen.
Listen to the man. Don't be the hypocrite.
Bullying.
Don't be the hypocrite.
Bullying. They don't want to listen. They know I'm right.
Listen to the man. Stop being racist.
Don't try to bully me. Do not try to bully me. Do not try to bully me. Look, they don't want to listen. This is hypocrisy. This is hypocrisy. This is hypocrisy. This is hypocrisy. So you don't want to listen to me. I shouldn't have listened to you. I shouldn't have listened to him in the first place. He wanted to speak. He wanted me to stay quiet. Yes, bro.
I support your right to a flag.
Yeah, it's not even a flag. It's not even a flag.
You can have it.
It's not. It's a flag.
Good luck. Game over.
Thank you.
Does everyone see the hypocrisy? They don't want anyone to speak.
Yes.
They don't want me
You're
to
managing
speak.
to.
Don't push me.
Bye-bye.
Don't push me. I am moving. I was moving. You had your hand behind me
Keep
while I was moving.
moving. Then keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
It's also difficult. You've been being difficult. You hypocrite. Bar Omar لعنات. Bar Abu Bakr لعنات. Bar Osman لعنات.
You're not Muslim, you're kafir, get out! Take away your dirty flag as well! Take away your dirty flag, you kafir!
Oh, you're not moving by my own will. So stop then, don't touch me then. Right. You're a hypocrite and you are going to hell. You're a hypocrite. You wanted me to listen to you, I allowed you to speak, but then you tried to bully me. What do you mean kind of me? What do you mean kind of me? That's undecent of you. No, you're not. No, you're not. Come.
Where are you taking that guy to?
No idea.
سوى تمويه المغرب اللي قبل شوي لبس كبوس وجمع
Good afternoon all, my name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to Street Mic. And today, yet again, we're coming to you live and direct from Speaker's Corner, where we have just seen Big T removed from the park because the police said that he is not permitted to fly a flag a banner, etc., etc., etc. And as he was removed, you see a number of people booing him and saying all kind of different things. But I know Big T, and he's a regular provocative person, contributor down here at Speaker's Corner. And only last week, if you recall, go back and watch the stuff I did last week. I invited him down here last week, and he did his thing for over 1 hour, but he's now been taken away. And what normally happens is that the police don't arrest you. Normally, they'll just remove you from this location and you cannot attend, so come back. So he's now been removed. What I'm now going to do, I'm going back to film something, an interesting person that's debating down here. And one of those persons is going to be, I don't know where he is, Steve. I debated with this guy earlier on, and there's a gentleman from the Ukraine, Pavlo, and Pavlo is Ukrainian, and he has a lot to say, and in a few moments StreetMic will be engaging with him. But please be advised that at 3 o'clock I will be shutting down this live stream, then I will be going back to Westminster in front of number 10 Downing Street with the Ukrainian people, just like I did yesterday and also on Friday. So we will only be live streaming, live and direct, from Speaker's Corner until 3 p.m. today. I apologise for that, but the big massive protest which has taken place down at Westminster, I have to be there, and I'll be getting a 148 bus just over the road, 10 minutes down there, and we will be in Westminster. But I'm now going to go back, get my microphone from Big Bob. So you heard Bob speaking about the war, and he was coming from the point of view of religious point of view. I've got no problem with that. But those of you who watch my material, I'm not actually interested in religion. I have no interest, but it's important I give everyone the opportunity down here at Speaker's Corner to say their part. I don't care you're Muslim, Christian, Rastafarian. It makes no difference to me. What is important, if you have a point of view, if it's interesting, I'm going to give you your opportunity to speak, but I will also challenge you from an objective point of view to make you justify what you are saying. But I'm now, come sir, come. See this gentleman here, I'm now going to interview him.
About?
Come, you're a gentleman.
About?
Come. So, Gavin.
Yes.
Come forward, come into the camera. So, come into the camera. So, Gavin, it's great to see you down here at Speaker's Corner today. And I believe you're jinxed, because every time you're around, people get arrested. Yeah? So, unusually,
it's usually me getting arrested.
Big T getting arrested. It's normally you.
It's usually me, yeah.
What's happened? Have you changed your behaviour, sir, that you're no longer getting arrested?
No, not yet. There's still more of me left to come.
Yeah, but in a few moments, as you know, well, at 3 o'clock, I'm shutting down here. Then you and I will be going together, I believe, to Westminster, where we will be observing and engaging with a protest specific to do with the Ukraine. And it was you who informed me on Friday that the protest was taking place. Mm-hmm. You've been there. What's been your perception of that protest?
Well, it's just to block the mainstream media talking about COVID, really. During now this so-called war that's been started by, people say Russia, but I don't think it is Russia who's starting a war. It's just to get the media to talk about other stuff, about the war.
So do you believe what is going on now in Ukraine is a distraction from COVID? Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, of course it is, yeah, because if you look at it, if there was a war, and the war is starting, if Trump was in power, there would be no war in Russia, in Ukraine. Trump would have stopped it all.
Hold on.
Like he done it in Afghanistan for 4 years to get peace in Afghanistan, and there was nothing going on.
Listen, you know, one thing I love doing is getting a different perspective.
Yeah.
I heard this same perspective yesterday from Steve, who was here a few moments ago. And I said to him, I disagree for these reasons. Yeah. Trump has business interests in Russia. He was on the verge of building Trump Tower for millions and billions of pounds. So he has an interest. In my opinion, what you're saying is wrong.
That's your opinion then. That's your opinion.
So you're saying, I'm giving reasons to support.
But when you was on about the, it's a distraction from COVID. So it is a distraction from COVID.
But I disagree with you yet again, because what you're saying is that the war has been created to distract. I disagree, and this is why I disagree.
Where were the mainstream media yesterday? There was no BBC, there was no Sky. Where were they? There was only independent journalists. So if there was a war and there's a Ukraine protest, where's BBC and where's Sky and where's ITV and Channel 4? Why weren't they down at Whitehall yesterday?
But what you need to do is to ask those public broadcasters why they were not there. I agree with you that most of the things you and I attend, like here, you don't get the big media houses. You get the independent people like StreetMic and many others who are giving people the real news.
Yeah, which is because you're exposing the real good news, and you're a journalist that is a better journalist than any other journalist going.
But most people say I am the BBC,
No, you're
the
not.
Black Broadcasting Corporation, which is slightly different. The gentleman here wanted to say a few things. Come forward, sir. You have to be in the camera, but I'll come back to Gavin in a minute.
Yeah,
So
I disagree.
come round, man. Look into the camera. Come round.
Yeah,
I disagree.
I disagree with the gentleman in saying that it is a distraction for the COVID, because people who are going to die in this war will be more than COVID. That's
Potentially.
my point. Yeah, that's it.
All right, then that's the reason.
Yeah, and I have a message for the Ukrainian and the Russian people. This is not an appeasement for the Ukrainian people. This is the common sense. Please, we all believe in the freedom. Please stop joining NATO. This is for humanitarian consideration, and you can remain a neutral state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And it's great you've made a contribution to StreetMic. If you step round, I'm not moving out the way. I'm just coming behind the camera, and I'm still going to interview as normal. See, I can multitask.
Absolutely. Not many men can. You're a special man already.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So, good afternoon. What's your name?
My name is Lisa Moyer.
So, Lisa, just be yourself. Don't lean forward. Okay. Tell me more about why you are down here today at Speaker's Corner.
I was hoping to hear more about what's going on in Ukraine and see what the people of London are fighting against and fighting for freedom. I really wanted to be a part to show my support.
So you came to Speaker's Corner specifically
Yes, I did.
to get a intellectual debate about what is happening.
And what is our role as London citizens? I mean, we understand what's going on. We can all look on our phones, but what are we to do? How can we promote peace in our own lives and promote peace and exude peace out so that it makes a difference somewhere else? You know, it's one thing to just look at it. It's another thing to take part in being peace.
Do you know something? I love the point of view which you've just highlighted, because such a big thing is happening in Europe, in Ukraine at the moment. I'm leaving here at 3 o'clock to go to Westminster because there's a massive Ukrainian protest.
And I'm yelling at my daughter, we want to go there next to support you.
Yeah. So I've been here for the last couple of days, but I agree with you. Today, people should be at Speaker's Corner naturally debating these issues. But there is one person who I'm going to catch up in a minute. His name's Pavlo. With a name like that, he comes from the Ukraine, and he's got a point of view he's going to be the next person I'm engaging with. He's here somewhere. He's already given a speech and he's waiting for me, but is he over there? Yeah. So I'm now going to follow. But before we go to Pavlo and others, I like the fact that as a young lady, you are here at Speaker's Corner. What is your first perception of Speaker's Corner?
I love the energy. I love that people feel free to speak their mind without, you know, I'm not hearing like the rebels against, even in America, I'm from America. You wouldn't feel safe to do that here. You know, you wouldn't feel safe to engage like this because it's become so divided. People's opinions are so strong they can't hear the other side. They can't listen long enough to not just speak over or understand someone's point of view.
I'm not moving away. I'm going to be coming back. There's the gentleman who was removed a few moments ago.
Oh, yeah,
but he's back. But I will continue our conversation, then I'll speak with Big T. I'm going to ask you a question. It might be a dodgy question, but it's not. As a woman, what is your perception, slightly different, of this place? And the reason I ask you that question, one thing I want to personally see is more women engaging at Speaker's Corner. We've got a very well-known, famous lady. She's not here today. Her name is Hatun Tash. She's very provocative, and someone actually threatened to kill her back in July, and she got stabbed. But she is normally here, and she's standing up fighting for what she believes in. And I'm just going to detract for a few seconds. This gentleman here, if you step around Pavlo, I'm just going to introduce you. Could you maybe introduce yourself to Pavlo?
My name is Lisa Moyer. I'm from New York and Vermont in the United States, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
And what the young lady told me, she has come down here today because she wants to hear more about the crisis in Ukraine from a specific angle. And I said to her, I'm going to be speaking with you, and you're a gentleman from Ukraine. But before we have a chat, do you mind if we continue like this? No. I want you to be part of it. Can I just put a microphone? Can I just get my microphone off, my man?
Yeah, no
He
worries.
knows
That's all right.
I love crystal clear. I've got good sound. If I put a microphone there, I can get crystal clear. But my man's still got it.
Yeah, go for it. Don't worry about it. What a nice guy.
How long have you been here?
In the UK, around 4 years.
Okay. Do you have family in
Yeah, I do. They're in, fortunately, they're in western Ukraine, the most western region, so they're not under direct threat.
Okay. Are they thinking of trying to leave? Are they going to stay put?
Well, men of the age range from 18 to 60 cannot leave right now. They have to stay in Ukraine. Hold on, let me help.
But then someone would
Yeah, they at this point they have forbid men of 18 to 60 to leave. They need.
Yeah. Stay and fight.
Yeah, they needed to implement that rule, and obviously I would prefer my family to not be part of it. I do not want my family to be fighting in the war, but the people who are fighting, are true heroes. They're really doing everything they can, and they're really giving a hell of a fight to a numerically superior foe. They're giving huge losses to the Russian military right now, and I hope that Russians will wisen up to it and they will stop listening to Putin soon enough. But yeah, look, there's plenty of different reasons that I could give you for why Russia is completely and utterly wrong in this situation, and they should not have done what they have done. But I'll focus on one that is for me the main one, the absolutely most important one, which is the Budapest Memorandum.
Okay.
And few people actually know exactly what the Budapest Memorandum is. The Budapest Memorandum was a treaty signed between Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, UK and the US, so 6 countries, about nuclear demilitarization. Thank you. Demilitarization. It was an absolutely unprecedented demilitarization in human history. Nothing comes close to compare to it, because Ukraine in those days had the 3rd biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. It was after the collapse of the Soviet Union, so lots of the Soviet nukes were in Ukraine. Now, obviously, Russia was the second biggest, and the US was the first biggest nuclear arsenal. Belarus and Kazakhstan also had some nuclear weapons and other kind of weaponry, but nothing that would compare to the Ukrainian amount of missiles.
So how would this treaty impact what's going on right now with Russia coming into the country?
Very good question. It impacts it very directly because Russia has made a promise of non-aggression and non-violation of Ukrainian borders. So basically, the situation that we can see right now, comparing it to the Budapest Memorandum, considering it too, is like there's two men standing near each other. Both of them have a knife, nuclear weapons. One of those men tells the other one, "Could you give me your knife? I promise I won't attack you." The man gives him his knife, and the guy with two knives attacks him with both. And that is basically the analogy that I would go for to compare to the current situation. It's an absolutely atrocious act. You make a country demilitarize, and then you attack it immediately after. Absolutely unacceptable. And there's another point that needs to be made, which is the main excuse Putin has made to invade Ukraine, which was his claim that Russian speakers were being oppressed. It is absolute and utter baloney. It's nonsense. It has nothing to do with reality. And nobody has to take my word for it. Everybody who wants can just simply look at the videos that the Ukrainian military has made of the Ukrainian soldiers fighting against the Russian incursion, and a vast amount of those soldiers fighting for Ukraine are speaking Russian. Now, how would it ever work? How would it ever be possible for Ukraine to be oppressing Russians, to be abusing them, to be exterminating them, as what Putin said, his words, not mine, and meanwhile, Russian speakers are fighting for Ukraine? It's absolutely unacceptable. It is. I said in the speech that I made in the protests that have been made at Downing Street, I said that Putin's propaganda would put Hitler to shame. Hitler, Stalin, Himmler, it would put all of them to shame. Putin has managed to convince the regions of Donetsk and Luhansk he's their savior, even though he was the one who completely destroyed their lives, who made them a war zone, completely made by him.
So what do you want us to do here in London? How can we help? What should we do?
I think the main thing that people can, the first step is for people to know more about this, because I really respect that you wanted to know more about the situation. I think everybody should follow your example and should try their best to find out as much as possible without giving in to the biased sources that Russia is providing. Because mind you, right now Russia has completely censored any other source of information except their own in their country. They cannot see any information from outside the world. North Korea style, exactly the same situation. North Korea, they call the rest of the world a hellhole. Meanwhile, North Korea is the hellhole. Same situation is happening in Russia. I think the first point is to inform ourselves so that may no one use ignorance as an excuse for the current situation. May no one say that they didn't know, they were unaware of what was going on, so that people will know at last. That's the very first step. And after that, after this first step, I think people should start trying their best to pressure the governments to actually stay true to the Budapest Memorandum, because the US and the UK have also made promises in the Budapest Memorandum. They have made promises to Ukraine of helping Ukraine to maintain their sovereignty over Russia. Russia completely violated their agreement, but the UK and the US haven't fully committed to it either. So I think there's still a lot more work to be done.
So that's something that we can speak to our representatives and say support the
Budapest Memorandum. Excuse me? I don't know.
You can't do that.
Well, I mean, if World War II starts, it's not going to be because of the West. It's going to be because of Putin. And Putin has already made threats very similar to nuclear warfare.
He said if the West retaliate, it'd be worse than World War II. He'll set nuclear bombs off everywhere. Well, World War III, sorry.
World War III, yeah.
But he said it'd be worse than World War II. Why wouldn't we send our own troops in when they're going to kill us? What's like when Putin's going to set so-called nuclear bombs off?
I think we need to keep in mind a very important fact that's been revealed in the last few days. Russia was considered as one of the most powerful militaries in the world. And to an extent, it's rightfully so. They have a huge amount of soldiers, they have a lot of technology, a lot of tanks, a lot of military, right? Except Russia has not made any decisive progress through Ukraine throughout 4 days. First of which was a surprise attack. Now, obviously, nobody was completely surprised Russia was attacking. They had troops at the border, but nobody knew exactly which angle they would attack from. And Ukraine is a big country. They couldn't defend every single part of it. Russia has squandered their surprise element, and they have not made any significant progress. So I think right now we should not see Russia as this omnipotent power we cannot fight against. We simply need to submit to it. No. The Ukrainian heroes, the heroes who are fighting right now, who are dying for freedom and for their ability to have their own country, for their existence, they're disproving this myth. They're proving that Russia is a giant who stands on legs made of clay. And those legs might collapse if the rest of the world will do something about it. I'm not talking about the direct incursion. I'm not talking about sending military troops to Russia, trying to take over Russia. No. What I'm saying is more sanctions, first of all. Secondly of all, more pressure. There are still countries in Europe, even at this very moment, in the EU, even in NATO, who are trying to sit on the fence. Who are trying to say, no, this is not our war.
Do you think this war is a distraction from COVID? Do you think?
If I think that this war is a distraction from COVID, well, look, I think that this war is independent of COVID. This war would have happened whether COVID was a thing or wasn't a thing. So I think the two things are kind of unrelated. Now, certainly, there might be some people who will want to use this war as a distraction for other things. But at this very moment, I think this war is by far, the most important thing that's going on in the world. By far. Nothing compares. COVID doesn't compare.
Any mainstream media down there yesterday?
Down here?
Down at Whitehall yesterday, yeah. There was no BBC, no Sky, no ITV, no Channel 4, just independent journalists. So if there is a war, why aren't they down there recording the protesters or talking to them?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come to the protest yesterday, but I was in the protest the day before, and there was CNN Portugal. I actually gave them... Sorry?
Clinton's News Network.
What, CNN?
Yeah.
Well, you know, you can call them what you want, but it is a mainstream news outlet. I'm sure you'll agree to that. Yeah, they make some news that are not particularly trustworthy, but at this point, I think even they, with all of their fake news, are more trustworthy than the Russian news, because the Russian news are still reporting on Ukraine as a supposedly Nazi country, as a supposed country where Russian speakers are being oppressed, when Russian speakers are fighting against Russian incursion.
If Trump was in power, there would be no war?
I've heard this question. It's a good question. It's a good question. I've heard it before.
Do you know when Trump was in power, he kept peace in Afghanistan for 4 years?
Yeah.
Now you've got the Sleepy Joe. He started the war. He's starting that's going to Afghanistan.
I that he started the war. I don't think he started the war. I think his weakness and the senile demeanor is what emboldened Putin to invade. That was the main reason. And most Republican sources agree with me with this. They will agree with me that, no, Biden didn't start the war. The West wasn't the perpetrator of this war, but it was the weakness of the West that allowed Putin to feel like he had the power to just go invade and get nothing in return for that invasion. So I do agree partially that Biden is not a particularly strong president. Now, that remains to be disproven. He could disprove it in the near future if he does more active moves. I will take back my word, but I don't know if he will, unfortunately. Now, whether or not Trump would do better, I'm not a fanboy of Trump. I don't hate him, I don't like him, I don't love him, I don't hate him. It's basically, you know, he was one of the presidents of the US. I don't think he was a brazen, insane individual or a racist or whatnot. I also don't think he was an amazing president that has changed the country, that has revolutionized. I don't think he made that many changes.
Now the Al-Qaeda's back in in Afghanistan now. Now Sleepy Joe's back in.
Yeah. That was a tradition that Biden has done. I think Afghanistan was an unbelievable flaw in his policy. But speaking of Trump again, Trump has made some very uncomfortable comments supporting Russia when they accepted the independence of Donetsk and Luhansk terrorist nations, which basically meant that they accepted they pledged allegiance to their Russian overlord. Which country has their declaration of independence in another country? Where could that ever happen?
Don't you think it was the Soviet Union back?
Of course course he wants. He wants, no, hold on, let me correct myself. He wants something different to the Soviet Union. He wants a new empire of which he will be the emperor. And I think that's absolutely despicable. Not because somebody wants an empire. Some empires have worked in favor of humanity. Not Putin. Putin does not care about his people. He does not care about any of the people that he's planning to conquer and integrate into his country. He will not be a good ruler. He's a genocidal maniac. He was a KGB agent when the Soviet Union still existed.
Putin's against the New World Order.
Okay, now we're getting into a different kind of conversation, into the New World Order.
Against it, don't you agree on that?
I think Putin is for his own order, his own world order. Everybody has their own world order, everybody. And it's no exception, you know. There are, obviously, I'm sure you would mention someone like Klaus Schwab, and I definitely don't like the guy. He's definitively not a good person. But notice that Klaus Schwab is in Germany. He's a German. He has power over Germany. And Germany is not being opposed to Putin. Germany is being on the fence, sitting on the fence, because of their own interests. It's all about the interests that each and every single country has. And I do understand that Russian interests have been thwarted by Ukraine wanting to join NATO. But Russia needs to understand, and most importantly Putin needs to understand, that Ukraine was a sovereign country. And it was not these conspiracy theories about Nazis ruling Ukraine. It's absolutely ridiculous. As I said before, Russian speakers are fighting against Russia right now. Putin is doing a lot more against the propagation of the Russian language than any nationalist could ever do. Because Putin is showing himself as a very genocidal and insane individual. And that is no good for Russia. Russia needs to have a new ruler that is not going to be insane enough to threaten nuclear warfare. I think Russia has nothing to gain with Putin, and the West has nothing to gain with Putin, because this gas, blackmail has been going on for a very long time now, very long time, and I'm honestly surprised that Europe has still not made any substantial moves to get rid of it. I'm still very surprised. But you know, the lady who was, the lady has left, unfortunately. But you know, that's unfortunate. But you know, I did tell her the main points I wanted to tell. I did tell her about the Budapest Memorandum, and I think, you know, once again, I would like to repeat something. Everybody needs to do their research on this. I would ask people to not look at the Russian propaganda. You can look at it. You can look at. I advise you. I urge you to see Putin's speech. You should look at Putin's speech from beginning to end. It's around 1 hour. I looked at it. I can disprove all of it, every single point of it. Putin has started the speech by claiming that Ukraine never existed, that there's no such idea as a Ukrainian nation. Because he's afraid that people will start noticing there are misconceptions in his idea of a Russian overlord. Because the Kievan Rus, which was the progenitor of Ukraine, Russia and Belarus, had its capital in Kiev.
Well, I saw today on the news that the Kremlin's gone into Belarus for talks, but they've given Ukraine a deadline until 3 o'clock to talk.
Surrender.
Yeah.
To talk.
Why would he go to Belarus?
Exactly. It's basically, oh yeah, come to our lands, guys. Come to the lands that we're controlling, so we capture your president, your embassy, and whoever you said. We'll capture them. We'll treat them nicely. Ridiculous. I think Putin has no idea of talking. He doesn't have a full grasp of what he has started right now, but I think he's starting to realize slowly but surely, because of the fierce resistance that the Ukrainian heroes are posing against him. He's finally starting to realize that he has underestimated Ukraine. And this is not the meek and defenseless nation that he invaded in 2014. Right now, Ukrainians all around the world are starting to tell people what's going on.
Did you hear about Abramovich?
Abramovich?
Yeah.
What about him? Roman Abramovich, yeah, I know him.
What's he done? He's given ownership.
Owns Chelsea, yeah. And he can't, by the way, fun fact, let me just interrupt you for a second. Fun fact, Abramovich owns Chelsea, but he can't set foot on the UK because they know that he's a mobster. Sorry.
Because he's affiliated with Putin, isn't he?
Yeah. Not only Putin, he's very deeply affiliated with the Russian mafia, with very organized crime. And he was trying to spread his tendrils in the UK. And wisely so,
the UK government has banned him from the country. Very wisely so. They knew what he was about, which is what's surprising now. Everybody knows Abramovich is a mobster, he's a criminal, and he needs to be prosecuted for it. He needs to have his assets confiscated right now. But nobody's doing it because different interests are in play here. Different interests are interconnected.
As well, there'll be different Chelsea will be wearing yellow and blue.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. I would say overall that the ownership of Chelsea should not remain with Abramovich. It's an English club. English people are working in it. It's in England. Why would a Russian criminal own a power, a seat of power in the UK? Now I know it's just a football club. It's not a seat in the House of Lords or House of Commons, but still, it is a foothold. It's a foothold through which he can influence the UK to a certain extent. I would say there needs to be a lot more pressure. There needs to be a lot more pressure put on Abramovich and all the other oligarchs. And I would again advise everybody to watch the videos of the Ukrainian heroes fighting against the Russian incursion and see whether they're speaking Ukrainian or Russian. I understand many people will not understand whether that's Ukrainian or Russian because they don't speak neither of the languages. But ask anybody, even Russian supporters, who still, unfortunately, there's some people who still siding with Russia. Even they will admit that a lot of Ukrainian troops are Russian speakers. Which is another thing that surprises me. How can you still believe that Ukraine is ruled by a Nazi regime who's oppressing Russian speakers when Russian speakers are fighting against Russia? I do.
Pavlo, Wendell Daniel from StreetMic. Before you go, I'm now going to switch on your microphone. Before you go, you are from Ukraine, and I've had the opportunity to speak with you. Bike number 10 Downing Street on Friday.
Indeed.
Can you tell me what it's like? I'm going to personalise this now, if you don't mind. What it's like for you, knowing that your country has been invaded, knowing that you have family and friends in the Ukraine?
Well, it is hard for me to
specify exactly what I'm feeling right now. In terms of the invasion, in terms of the current situation. I think I'm very blessed that my family is for now far away from the actual conflict. They're probably in one of the safest regions in Ukraine right now. But I am in constant contact with them. I do ask them what is going on, and for now it's been okay. The war hasn't reached them yet. But I am worried about them, and I really hope that the world will start moving soon. Because this cannot and should not go much further than it is right now. Once again, Putin's military invasion has already failed. His blitzkrieg has already failed. Now he can still crush Ukraine with weight of numbers. And Ukrainians can still hold for a good time, but they will need help. They will need somebody to change the tide, to show Putin there is no victory for him. There is no further way that he can escape this situation. And most importantly of all, his goons, the people working underneath him, and most importantly of all, the command and control structure of the Russian military needs to change sides right now, or if they don't want the world to end with a nuclear war.
No. In their state. No. Can you tell me, sorry, I just want to finish this here. There has been a call to kick Russia out of the SWIFT international banking system. Can you maybe tell me why that, or you believe that hasn't happened already?
Well, and this is actually something pretty funny, because any person who has any basic knowledge of the current situation will know exactly the reason why it's not happening. But no world leader will ever say why it's not happening. They will say it's complicated business, it's this and that and this and that. They'll deviate as much as they want. But truth of the matter is, it's all because there's different interests in play. There's some people who are going to lose some money if Russia gets disconnected from SWIFT. And those people, unfortunately, still have a lot of influence over the international community. That is the reason. That is simply put the reason why it hasn't happened yet. Because it needs to happen for Putin, most importantly than anything, to be cornered to such an extent where he sees that there is no more victory, no further way to go.
Final question, and then I'm making my way to Westminster to see the protests taking place down there. How will the end game appear?
Well, this is a question that could start a whole new debate for a few hours. I could go for hours talking about it.
So I've no doubt you'll be succinct, no more than 5 minutes.
No problem. I'm just playing around. But truth be told, I don't entirely know at this point how it's going to end. I have my theories. I can share them with you.
Share your theories. This is Speaker's Corner. Give your opinion.
So what we do, we share our theories. Before I do, I'd just like to specify something about cornering Putin. I don't mean cornering Putin in a way that the only option is nuclear war. I mean cornering him in a way that he sees that not even nuclear war will change anything but kill people. We should not be too aggressive with Putin. It's a very tenuous line, because if there's a direct invasion right now, at this moment, before the Russian military has stopped supporting Putin, there might be a nuclear war. It might be too early for a direct invasion of Russia right now. So I'm not encouraging that, because nuclear war is the last thing we need. We do not need nuclear war. We can't spark a nuclear war. But coming back to what you asked, how could this situation end? So there's a few different ways it could act. The first way, and it's a bad way for Ukraine, it's that nobody helps Ukraine. Russia keeps advancing, and eventually they smother Ukraine with just sheer numbers of military. Russia will not be able to hold Ukraine, even in the best case scenario for them. Ukrainians do not want to live under Russian rule, and they will not submit to Russian rule. As is something that we can see in the Ostrivsbyiny case, which is the translation of Island of the Snakes. It's a small island in the Black Sea, in which there were a few Ukrainian soldiers, brave heroes, who stood at their ground and were bombed by the Russian military. They all died. Only 13 of them, but all 13 of them were heroes. That was a symbol of Ukrainian resistance right now. Ukrainians will not submit anymore. It's too late for that right now. Putin, I hope Putin knows that. So another option that might happen, and if this happens, eventually Putin will have to leave Ukraine, but Ukraine will turn into a war zone. And so will Russia, because eventually Russia will collapse too. Russia doesn't have the means to keep up war for a very long time. Yes, they can resist for a while. They have their natural resources. They're not omnipotent at all. They're very limited in their abilities, and the Ukraine war has shown it that they're limited. Another possibility is, honestly, I would say this is the best option, the absolute best thing we could aim for, is basically every country that the West has any influence over puts full throttle sanctions over Russia, completely close off Russia from any kind of trade, any kind of cooperation, anything at all. And they put Russia in such a position that Russia cannot possibly resist for much longer. And they also need to perhaps send their military to Ukraine, not to Russia. This is the very crucial point. If the British, US, and overall NATO military comes to Ukraine, it's very different than if they come to Russia. If they come to Russia, right now, I would say nuclear war is a likely possibility. If they come to Ukraine, no, it's not a likely possibility, because the war is in Ukraine right now. It's not on Russian lands yet. Another possibility, and I would say this is the absolute worst possibility, is if Putin loses his mind, and if his command and control structure also loses his mind in at the same time, in unison, then there might be nuclear war. They might start throwing nukes, and in that case, all bets are off, because when nukes start flying, people start dying by the millions and billions. Because it's not going to be just one country that's going to send nukes. I don't think the rest of the world will watch a country nuking another country. That is the worst case scenario. I think we should aim for the second scenario.
Thank you very much for giving your opinion, and thank you very much for your contribution today. It was important for me to have a Ukrainian emphasis today, due to the fact that what's happening back home. And also, it's normally religious stuff down here. we started off with Bob. He had that religious perspective, and I found that very interesting. We've now got you know, you're a well-known personality down here, and everyone knows Pavlo, but I will be asking you in a few moments, how do people contact you if necessary? But I'm going to be closing down in a few moments, because what I'm going to be doing is going to Westminster, because that is where the big protest for the third, fourth day is taking place. And I think I have a duty to be there to follow up on all of this. But in closing, how can people contact yourself, and then I'll come to you. How can people contact you or watch your stuff if they need to be, or you just chat down here and on social media no one can find you?
I think the absolute best way of contacting me is indeed to come to Speaker's Corner. That is by far the best way. I'm here almost every Sunday, and I'm open to any kind of discussion that people might have. I've spoken with some pro-Russian points of view, with people who defend Russia in this situation, even despite everything that happened. And I've spoken with them, you know, in a civilized manner. We didn't shout at each other, we didn't fight each other. We simply discussed. And fair enough, they have different opinions, but I think that they have been misinformed. And I'm open to telling anybody my points of view about this, and proving to anybody that anybody who's willing to come here, that Russia is indeed in the wrong in this situation. And I would like to add just one last thing, that I would love to go to the protest, but I will opt to stay here because of one reason only, because opposition will not come to the Ukrainian protest. And we need to start facing the opposition. We need to start facing them head on and explain to people immediately at the spot why their points are flawed. Because one side says that, oh, Ukraine has Nazis, or Ukraine is a Nazi government, and another side says, no, Ukraine doesn't have Nazis in the government. Which side is correct? The best way of finding that out is to put both the sides together and for them to argue and debate with each other and to show who has the better points to prove their point. I think that's very important. That's why I'll stay here today.
Can I be quite honest? This decision for me has been very difficult today. I need to balance certain things up, yeah. Sometimes it's about balancing engagement, the people who are going to watch and engage. Sometimes there's other things I have to balance, and I think, you know, I'm a reasonable person, and sometimes if you can influence me, I will change the decision I have made. And can I be honest, yeah, being down at Westminster for the last 2 days, and I've heard a lot in 2 days, but I haven't had that opposite end of the argument been there. And based upon what you have just said, I'm now going to reverse my decision of going to Parliament. Because I have to be reasonable, yeah, because I know I can pick it up tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. But I've got people watching on YouTube and also on Facebook. So I think it would be appropriate for me to continue here and not interrupting that engagement. And, you know, I can thank you, sir, big up, but it was a very difficult decision in regards to should I go or should I not go. But thank you for influencing me. I was going to Westminster outside of Downing Street because there's a big protest. Yeah. But I've done that for the last 2 days. You're going to stay here? So I'm going to stay here.
I think, yeah, look, I would say you're doing the better option. Going there is also amazing, would also be amazing. The important thing is to do something, is to go somewhere and speak with people, tell them what is going on, so they know. So they will know what is going on. And I think either choice is actually great from your part. But, you know, thanks for...
Excellent stuff. So don't miss my microphone.
14, good
so
man.
I know this gentleman wants... What did you want to say, sir?
Yeah. I disagree with the gentleman on what
That's good.
Yeah, and what he has provided.
Keep the microphone.
He provided 3 solutions, and he said the best, on which I disagree with the best. That's imposing sanctions. It's very slow.
is very slow in imposing sanctions, because Sergei Lavrov, he said that we have gotten used to be it. And what allows Russia to resurrect again, the resurrection of Russians is the sanctions. What that doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Thank you very much.
So what do you have to say about what he's just said?
Well, you know, I've heard this argument before. I've heard the argument of poking the bear, of, oh, you know, why would you poke the bear? Russia's going to react. What else are we supposed to do? Russia has nukes. We can't brazenly invade them as they brazenly invaded Ukraine. Nobody can
ask
do
her,
that.
what should we do? What the Ukrainians should do? This is not an appeasement. This is for humanitarian consideration, to protect the civilian life. We all believe in freedom. Be whatever you want to be, but please stay away from the NATO, because you are at the Russian doorstep. What in Putin's mind is security. If you stop, if you denounce saying that we are not going to join NATO, in 1 second, you will see the Russians stepping back. That's it.
Sorry, our governments don't believe in freedom. The English government, the Canadian government, the Australian government, they don't believe in freedom.
Does the Russians believe in freedom?
Well,
that's
who cares?
your point of
They're
view.
failed state.
Who cares?
Yeah,
what do you mean, who
they're
cares?
nothing. Russia is nothing.
What do you mean nothing? They're a nuclear power.
It's a joke.
They have nukes.
So what? Doesn't mean you've got any good ideas, though. They've got
So
no,
what?
They've got nothing to the world.
So
They've
nukes are a
given
big
nothing
deal, man.
To the world.
They could give nukes to the world.
Yeah, but
That's the
they've given
issue.
They give nothing to culture.
They give gas
Apart
to
from
Europe.
Tolstoy.
Yes, they
That's
give
it.
no. Look, I agree with you. They don't contribute to world
Yes.
culture. They don't contribute to those. They're not a global superpower, yes, but they have nukes and they have gas and they have means to blackmail Europe, which is what I said before. We need to see them as a threat, not as friends, as a threat that needs to be put down. And this situation has proved it. No,
No
they are.
trade,
It's impossible
no
to
trading.
ignore them.
We don't have to fire a shot.
But no trading is not ignoring.
We
No
live by
trading is to
example here.
segregate them.
In England, we show the world how to live. If you don't want to listen, then it's your problem. But that's, yeah, that's.
Man, they don't believe in medical freedom for one.
That's not the point I'm trying to make. But hold on, let me answer to this point that this gentleman has made right now. Right. One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Israeli. That's the point.
Can you go round
One
there
at a
when I
time.
can catch you?
That was the final form
Thanks a lot, man.
One at a time.
of democracy. Was Israeli.
But yeah, let me just quickly
Israeli, and we've gone back
face his. Okay, guys, look, you can.
I have a potential solution for you.
And besides,
No problem, but let me just answer what he said. After that, you know, I'm gonna remove myself a little bit from the
Putin doesn't
conversation.
want to smash our brains in like Xi Jinping.
He doesn't want to smash our brains in.
No, Xi Jinping says it.
Putin said he was gonna declare.
No, I don't
give
believe
such
you.
consequences that have
He's
never
not a
been
psychopath.
seen in our history.
Xi
He's
Jinping
not
is a psychopath.
Are you joking?
Compared to Xi
Xi
Jinping,
is
he's a
an ally of
pussycat.
Putin. They're both allies of each other.
Not
Putin
really.
has started a war. Not really.
Convenient.
Yeah, they're not friends.
Not really.
They
I'm
don't like
serious.
each other.
Okay, look, this gentleman's
Xi
argument
Jinping
was.
is trying to destroy my
I
life
disagree with
directly.
it, but it was reasonable at least. This argument is not reasonable.
But the government has adopted Chinese policy.
Which government?
Our government.
Putin's government has adopted Chinese policy.
Yes. So what are we doing about China?
What do we do about Russia,
nothing
the main
about
ally of China right now?
What?
The main ally of China right
Yes.
now, Russia.
But they're the dominant
So you
force
agree?
in that relationship.
China.
Yes.
No problem, but Russia is invading Ukraine. We need to put
Yes,
Russia
but
down because we can't put China
have
down
taken over
yet.
Hong Kong, for Christ's sake.
They have, yes.
I'd rather die. I'd die for Hong Kong.
Then go die for Hong Kong.
Yeah, but I won't die
Nobody's
for
stopping you.
Ukraine.
Then don't die for Ukraine. Nobody's telling you to go to Ukraine
I'll
and fight
die
for
my own
Ukraine.
country, and I
Go
consider
die
Hong
for your own
Kong
country
part
if
of
you
my
want. Or live, which is what I would advise you. Live and speak against Russia and against China.
Underneath these monsters.
Then don't live underneath them. Go to the protest right now and speak against totalitarianism of China and Russia as their allies.
I do. I speak directly to Chinese people.
Very good.
And then I get
No,
arrested.
don't speak to Chinese people directly.
Why not?
Because they're not responsible for
Yes,
what
they
Xi
are.
Jinping does. What have they done? What has a random Chinese person done to?
They've gone along with their fascist government. They've come to this country.
This is a different look.
About
I'm happy to have this discussion, but right now the discussion is a bit different.
Young Chinese people here are not here to learn about English liberalism.
Fine,
They're
no
here
problem.
To try and subvert our democracy. Yeah?
Look,
with the university.
we can debate this all you want, but sorry, for now we're going to debate this situation. We're going to discuss Russia and Ukraine because that's where the war is.
Yes, but
first you face
Russia and Ukraine.
It's not. It's a nuclear power. It has everything to do with you. I just explained that the Budapest Memorandum means that the UK and the US have pledged to help Ukraine maintain their sovereignty. Have you missed that part?
Die for that?
Because there was a treaty signed between countries. Or do you not pledge any allegiance to treaties?
No, I don't. I pledge allegiance to England and nothing
right.
else.
England has done that treaty.
I'm not dying for
not dying for England because England told you that you might have to die for it later.
Yeah, I will.
Anyway, look,
I'm
man.
happy to die for it.
Bro,
how about this?
This is unrelated.
But China is the real problem.
No.
It is, yes. But Russia has started this.
All right, Russia and China, they have geopolitical ambitions on the Arctic. They want to create a new Silk Road, so Chinese ships are going to go into across the Arctic because it's freezing thanks to global warming, whether you believe it's or not. And that's how they're going to monopolize the trading world. They also want to extract the resources. So there is like common ground of how we can stand up to both China and Russia. We need to create more military bases along the Arctic, especially the Canadian part. And you'll be happy to. I mean, Canada's an ally of Britain. And
well, I tell you what, guys. Look, sorry. I will let you guys continue this discussion. I want to have discussions. No, I want to have discussions about Ukraine. This is unrelated. This is unrelated.
Give you one, just a quick one. We were talking about potential military situations that might unfold, right? Here's one. It might be right. I'm not really following. But in the east, there's regions that were disputed or whatever that have high concentrations of Russians or ethnic Russians, whatever, Donbass or something like that. So here's a possible situation that might happen. If the Ukrainians manage to make it as costly as possible for the Russian military and economy, engaging them in a street fight, basically, as long as possible, they might ask for a ceasefire and ask for that region of Ukraine to be ceded to Russia. That would be a decent solution for all, I think, out of a really bad situation. Give them the debt that they think is theirs anyway, and try and allow your country to maintain its sovereignty overall. I think that's impossible, but you have to fight them like fuck for a while.
I have considered that option. I think it's a good argument that you're making right now.
It's a possibility.
What needs to go back to Ukraine is Crimea. Crimea cannot stay with Russia. Crimea is the point where I will not make any concessions.
Is that late, though, eh?
It is late, but Russia has been proven to be completely in the wrong. And as I said before, the whole world, the whole Western world, let me correct myself, because China is clearly on the Russian side, the whole Western world and the whole civilized world, the whole democratic world has as an interest, invested interest, to put Putin down at last. Because Putin is a totalitarian ruler who's allied to China and who's doing the bidding of the Chinese, Chinese Communist Party.
It's quite hard to find a non-totalitarian ruler these days. Look at Canada.
Indeed, Trudeau has...
Our country's getting taken over. Europeans are getting taken over now.
Excuse me?
How do you feel about that?
What is taking over?
Our country usually gets taken over.
Your country is getting taken over?
Our country, you know, the brown man's country, but now the white man's
Which country?
Which
country? Okay, this is a good... I love it. Okay. No. Let's play the race card. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. Okay, so... Hold on a second. So, I'm willing to engage.
Oh, you're going to engage? Hold on.
Hey, you're fast, man. What's up?
Good for jobs, is it?
Well, what's up? You don't want to engage?
Good for jobs.
It's not good for jobs, huh?
I'm just saying, what do you think about...
Thank you very much. Appreciate the support.
Europeans are getting taken over.
So hold on. You think Europe is only saying something about Ukraine because Ukraine is white people?
What do you think?
No, is that your argument? Let me get it. That's your argument.
What do you think about
Okay, hold on. So what has Europe done to help Ukraine? Have they invaded Ukraine? Have they invaded Ukraine to help Ukraine fight against Russia?
Look, times have changed.
Times have changed, huh?
Times have changed.
Yeah, but stupidity remains, as I can see.
Iraq got taken over, no one give a shit. When all these other countries getting taken over, no one give a shit. Now that Europe...
Don't give a shit, huh? Don't give a shit.
Now that Europe's getting taken over, everyone's crying about it.
Everybody's crying about it. And what is being done?
Not much about that.
You don't know what's being done. You don't know the situation. All this individual sees is, oh, there was a war with people who are not white, And now there's a war with people who are white, and because people are sharing it around social media, oh, that's white privilege, man, that's white privilege. This is absolutely ridiculous. This individual, and he ran, look, he ran. He doesn't want to engage. He says he's going to lose his job because of this. This is insane. Anyway, I'm not going to even dignify this idiotic argument with an answer. Instead, I will face your argument, which is far more reasonable, and I understand a lot better than that one. But in terms of what you said, let me get this straight, just so I see if I got your point correctly. So you're saying, what you said is that the West has, to an extent, provoked Russia. The West has made moves. They expanded the NATO, and that is what has provoked Putin to invade. Is that your argument?
So the last argument you have said that is the best option you use in finding solutions for the Ukrainian crisis is to impose more sanctions on Russia. What I have said is that according, this is his word, Sergei Lavrov, we got used to sanctions. And I said to him, that doesn't kill you, will make you much stronger. So, the process of putting sanctions is very slow, where many people are going to lose their lives. It might take 10 years, and people are dying there. My concern about people's lives, that's my concern.
Okay, I'm sorry. So your argument is that the sanctions aren't going to change anything, that's just going to make Russia stronger?
I'm not saying going to change, but I'm saying it is a slow process. It might be 2 years, it might be 10 years. What has resurrected Russian again? What allowed the Russian to be resurrected again is the sanctions. It makes them stronger.
How?
How?
How are sanctions going to make them stronger?
Now Russia is the biggest power in the world. That is how.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
In which way?
In terms of economy.
No.
In terms of
Russian economy is worse than Romanian economy. It's like Italy, exactly.
The total GDP in Russia is almost exactly like Italy.
Yeah, what I meant is GDP. Russian GDP is on the level of Romania, but the economy is on the level of Italy. Yeah, not economy. No, something else.
It might work, but it takes longer.
So hold on. How is Russia the most powerful country? I want to hear the actual answer. Not in economy. No, economy is out of the question.
Out of the question.
Completely out of the question.
Why economy is out of the question?
Because Russia is irrelevant economically. The only relevant thing Russia has is their natural resources, like gas and...
The economy is stronger because Russia has resurrected again.
What do you mean? Resurrected how?
From the death.
What death?
Yeah, Russia is again back again.
What do you mean? The Soviet Union was a separation, it wasn't the death.
To be honest with you, you mistaken me. What I mean, to protect the civilian life in Ukraine, I think sanction is not going to work. At the meantime, we need an immediate solution for the problem. Within 1 week, 2 days.
Which is?
Which is, don't join the NATO, because you are at doorstep. That's it.
This is ridiculous.
That's it. That's it.
Yes, exactly.
It's so simple. In Italy, they are eating pizza, they are nice bikinis, enjoying life. In Russia, it's always they're using money on weapons. Everybody is starving. Putin is the richest man in the world. Why?
My dear friend, we all believe in freedom. We all believe
Putin
in freedom.
doesn't.
But for the sake of civilian life, please don't join the NATO.
Why?
And the key solution, what in Putin's mind is his intention, my security. And you are at my doorstep.
Okay, look, I'm sorry. I need to interrupt this for a second. Okay, hold on. So let me get this straight. Your argument, as far as I can understand now, is that Ukraine should not join NATO.
That's right.
And that's going to fix the situation.
And that's
that's
not the situation.
So
this
what is that
for
going to
humanitarian consideration to protect civilian lives.
What do you mean protect civilian lives?
To stop the killing of Ukrainian people.
But they will still get killed. Ukrainians
they will never see killed because Putin will step back.
You want the Ukrainians to allow a foreign power to come to their lands, oppress them, and start killing whoever dissidents might exist in Ukraine, whoever want to separate. You're trying to say that Ukraine is wrong in wanting to be independent because some people will die.
as I mentioned earlier, we all believe in freedom.
Yes.
Join the EU.
Not Putin.
Join the
No,
EU.
not Putin.
No problem for the Russians. Be independent.
And that's exactly what
That
Ukraine
is up
wanted
to
to do
you.
when the war started.
But to be honest with you, join NATO at my doorstep, that's not acceptable for the Russians. And that's the key word for the negotiation.
It's not going
For
to
the
change.
negotiation
It's
is
going to make worse.
every single negotiation, the key word is
Last
please
night-
don't join the NATO.
Let me ask you a counter
Listen
question.
to me. Last night, Putin said on the television that Ukrainian president, he refused to talk to them in White Russia. They were waiting for
Belarus,
them. Yes. And because they refused, they have to still continue to kill people.
Yeah, against
Yeah.
excuses.
If you don't understand that Putin is lying
Ukraine-
all the
just
time.
hold on, to be honest
He's
with
the
you,
Let me ask you a
biggest
quick
liar.
counter question. Wait, guys, let me ask you a quick counter question. This is very important. Wait, this is very important. Answer me just one thing. Would Russia invade if Ukraine was in NATO before the war started?
No.
There we go. Then joining NATO is exactly what Ukraine needs for Russia to stop invading them and for Russia to let Ukraine live in peace.
For security concern, that's the key
Here
word
we
for
go.
the
Security is gone already. Russians have started a war. They're
the
killing
key
people.
word is my security. This is what in Putin's
This is
intentions.
ridiculous.
First person in the world, to tell you what in that man's intention. Are you listening to me? His intention is
Putin
his
is in
security.
danger. Yes, Putin is in danger, right?
He is the danger.
Yeah, he is the danger, and he is in danger because everybody knows he make a big system around himself. The few persons richest in the world, they have no way back. As soon as they are saying something else, they will be killed and taken away. So the only way for him to stay alive the next 10 years. Wait a minute, you are talking half an hour, 2 minutes. I come all the way from Norway to talk over 2 minutes, and he's saying that if people don't agree with him, he will kill them. He will put them to jail. All people here we are staying peaceful, talking to each other with opposite point of view. If you do that in Russia, you will be put in jail. He knows that after a while, people will come after him. When he's not the president anymore, he might be killed or put into jail. He's afraid of that.
My friend, we are talking diplomacy here. This is diplomatic way.
Diplomacy is over when the war begins.
It's not over.
The war has begun.
I'm very optimistic.
You're
One
optimistic
second.
how? Russia is
One
invaded.
second.
Okay, go on.
Just denounce that I'm not going to join the NATO and this game is over.
It's not.
It is over.
Ukraine has not been
The reason
invaded.
why, you see, the mistake.
What? Because UK is not at the doorstep at Russia.
You must be
Yeah.
joking. So hold on. You would
also
play.
get out
Hold
of
on. You would to appease an authoritarian ruler who's oppressing and genociding
wrong.
people. You would play to his tune.
My friend,
You would play to
my
his tune,
friend,
and you say that's going to fix the
This
situation.
is not an appeasement. This is
It
a
is an
common
appeasement.
sense for humanitarian consideration.
You're surrendering. That
Please
is pure
protect,
surrender.
protect civilian life.
Who are you going to say that to? To Putin?
To all, to Putin, to
who?
Ukrainian people.
To Ukrainian people. Putin is
And
not
to
going to stop
Putin as
attacking
well.
Ukrainian people. Putin is proving a point.
Nothing to do with Putin. Nothing
has
to do.
everything to do with
no,
Putin.
the mistake you
Putin
make,
is the
the
one who
mistake
wants the
people
war.
make is they personalize these issues as personalities. It's nothing to do with Putin. It's to do with Russia as a country in defending itself from the NATO attack.
Defending itself
Yes,
from a NATO
yes.
attack. Are you joking? Who
Did-
invaded who? Who
did-
invaded who?
Tell me who.
Who invaded who?
NATO invaded.
NATO invaded Russia.
NATO invaded Serbia. It invaded Afghanistan.
Okay.
It invaded Libya.
Okay, and
And
Russia.
it invaded Iraq. How,
has
and
NATO
when
invaded
and when
Russia?
and when
Hold on,
Russia,
stop.
not with Putin. I don't.
Okay,
I don't-
they didn't
I
invade
don't
Russia.
listen- I
So why
don't-
is Russia
okay.
invading Ukraine? What does Ukraine have to do with
Because-
Afghanistan,
because-
with Serbia, and all of those?
No, let me speak.
Tell me.
Because Ukraine is being pressurized by America and by the right-wing nationalists. Listen to me. Being pressurized by the Americans and the right-wing nationalists in Ukraine to join NATO.
Right-wing
And the reason why they join NATO is because they want to attack Russia.
So you think
The
Ukraine is a
reason
Nazi
why
country?
the reason why Russia is worried about NATO is because NATO has a very solid track of invading other countries.
Right.
Russia.
And Russia doesn't.
When was apart from now? When was the last?
Georgia, Kazakhstan,
No,
Belarus,
wrong,
Ukraine.
wrong.
You see, this individual is so deluded. He does not accept invasions of different countries.
Brains.
Yeah.
Georgia.
Use your brains, exactly.
Georgia invaded South Ossetia.
Okay, it was Georgia that invaded Russia.
It was.
Of
Georgia.
course.
All right. Well, you're not going to listen.
And it was Poland. It was Poland that invaded Nazi Germany. Yes. It was Poland that invaded Nazi Germany. Yes.
You're not listening.
Yeah.
Georgia under Saakashvili invaded South Ossetia.
Yes.
For 2 days. Listen to me once, and I'll go.
Let me speak.
Georgia invaded South Ossetia for 2 days and killed civilians.
Of course.
After 2 days, the Russians came in to defend
their civilians.
Yes.
Deja vu. Reminds me of something.
All right.
Of how Russians lied about how Ukrainians were oppressing them. Yeah, you better leave. You better leave because you're spreading misinformation and you're defending a genocidal ruler. And now I'm a fascist. Of course. But the individual who started a war in the center of Europe is not a fascist. Absolutely. Thank you. That's it. My man here. Love this guy.
I spoke to you like a month ago and you were like...
I remember.
What did you say?
I don't remember.
I asked you. I said, do you think Russia will invade?
I disagree with you, though. Yeah, I said Russia would invade. I was wrong. Russia did invade. I did not expect it would be that insane.
What do you think is going to happen? I heard what you said earlier, that obviously now they did not make it that far in. But you know what? I think you as a Ukrainian, you shouldn't hate Britain. They snaked it. That's my opinion. I'm not Ukrainian.
But in which way?
Listen, when I was, this is only me, I'm not like,
no worries.
I just saw videos. I saw Boris in Parliament. He was saying Russian mothers are going to lose their sons. I thought, okay. Then I saw Biden. He was talking a lot about how he's going to do a lot. And once the Russians invaded, they didn't do anything.
No, absolutely. No, I agree with you 100%. Biden didn't do shit. Biden is a weak president.
This is why we should stop trusting the British government, the US government, because all they do is talk. You know, we studied Cold War, they do the same thing.
You misunderstand my appeal here. My appeal is not we should trust the UK. My appeal is UK and US need to start doing what they promised according to the Budapest Memorandum. I'm encouraging the UK and US to be trustworthy, to do something that will make them look trustworthy at last, because they have given help to Ukraine in economics, absolutely, and weaponry. I'm not diminishing that. That was very important. But that is minuscule to what they should have done, considering the situation. And in the end, the individual who was here a while ago, I know him very well. The old guy, the elderly gentleman. I know him very well. He's a staunch Marxist, and he's very against Ukraine. He's very pro-Russia. He's against anything that has anything to do with freedom.
You're gonna fight, Paolo?
To go to Ukraine and fight now, I probably wouldn't be allowed in the country. The borders are basically closed.
There's ways. What's still the zeal? If I was young, go. I don't know what I would do. Maybe I'm too young.
I'm not. I will admit, I am not on the level of the heroes who are fighting right now. I don't think I will go.
Good afternoon to all of you watching. My name is Wendell Daniel, and welcome to Street Mic. And as normal, we're coming to you live and direct from the streets of London here at Speaker's Corner for the weekly rabble-rousing debate that takes place down here. But what is great about the debate taking place this Sunday is that I'm trying to focus specifically on the war that is currently taking place in the Ukraine. And the gentleman in front of the camera, his name is Pavlo. He's a well-known debater down here at Speaker's Corner, and I think it's important to focus on that, because over the last few months, all we've heard down there's religious debates, and we also got the man behind me talking about real men do not breed, and we covered that a couple of weeks ago. But it was my intention to go down to the Houses of Parliament, down by number 10 Downing Street, for the Ukrainian protest that is currently taking place. But Pavlo, he convinced me there's no need to go today. I've already been there on Friday, I've been there yesterday, and I will stay here today to capture the various debates, but I'm trying to focus specifically on the war. But don't forget, if you do like what you're seeing give me a thumbs up, make your comments down below, share and follow. Just look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, depends on how you're looking, or the bottom right-hand corner. You see my face, you see a little, click on that, and you can follow StreetMic. I'm currently live streaming on 3 networks. I'm currently on Facebook at StreetMic Podcast. I'm also on YouTube on StreetMic LiveStream, and I'm also on Vimeo. And if you like what you're seeing, what you must also do is switch on your notification bell so that every time we go live, you will be informed. You do not instantaneously get informed when I go live, but you will do when you switch on that notification bell. And for those of you who were watching earlier on, when Big T was removed from Speaker's Corner by the police, he's already back and he's talking with the police, and he's friends with the police. But that's what happens down here. They temporarily remove a person and then that person comes back. But I'm now going to speak to, so if you leave that on, you've got to trust me. If you leave it on, if you come here, have a listen to that.
Hello,
Say
hello.
something on.
All right.
Yeah, all that I'm picking up is this at the moment because that's switched on. When I'm not dealing with you, I switch yours off. Yeah, so I'm now going to switch yours on. Yeah, say something.
Okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
Say okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can hear it a lot
It's
less.
like a mute. So I'm controlling it, but what I want to do is to follow you around as you engage with people. Yeah, but my focus today, I've done him 2 weeks ago, Real Men Don't Breathe. Hatum is here, I might catch up with Hatum. But my emphasis today is the war.
Of course.
So
As
I don't
it should
want
be.
to lose. It should be, you get what I'm saying? So are you going to step up on box and...
I don't know, maybe I will soon. I mean, I've been going non-stop today. I've stopped by stepping on the thing.
So if you do, what are you going to go over there or somewhere? But when you start speaking, I want to...
I think I might go for a short break, because look, let's do this. I've been doing the speech before I started speaking with you. Before this, for like half an hour, maybe a whole hour.
What I'll do, I'll catch you, but before you start, can you
I'll warn you of it, of course.
Do you want to leave that on or do you want to take it off?
I'll leave it to you for now.
Yeah.
I could put it on. I could put it on later.
No problem.
Hold on. Can you? I'm struggling for some reason
No.
to move it.
But I build a trust with people and they know I switch it off. I'm not interested in... Because
No, that's not the reason. It's just so
no,
that
cool.
I don't break it, because you saw it fell a while ago. Sorry for that.
Listen,
I don't want to be responsible for breaking.
Wait, do you know how much they cost?
How much?
Have a guess.
600.
Listen, these are... You hear the quality of them, don't you?
Yeah,
This is high
pretty
quality
good stuff.
I don't use
Pretty
rubbish.
great stuff. But yeah, thanks a lot for the time. I will say something again. Yep. For a bit of variety. Even today, there needs to be a bit of variety.
Before you start, what's happening, man?
You had a good combo?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot.
What I don't want to do is COVID. I've got to watch this the other day. Because I'm trying to put an emphasis today on Russia. I've just been with Well, what I've done, I'm going to have Hatum's here somewhere. I'm capturing. No, Pavlo's going to come back because he's been going for about 2 hours. Oh, okay. So, we're just having a break. But
you want to do an interview or?
No. What I'm going to do, I'm going to try and catch Hatun, because everyone knows Hatun. Because I originally went to that, she wasn't here, and I started, but now she's here somewhere.
Okay, no problem.
So,
we can speak afterwards.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Forget his name, the younger filmmaker.
No. No one's here today. But
Start by taking ourselves. Maybe. Let's some bottles.
خلاص خلي Where you been hiding?
I've been here all the time. You got good, yeah. You got good one yesterday. Huh?
But they never lost heart. If they met the disaster in Allah's way, nor did they nor did they kill. And Allah loves those who are firm and steadfast. What is happening in Qur'an? Can you tell me what you understand as Allah?
I have another, you tell me.
Am I right to understand that Allah is referring to people who are going to go to war? Allah is with you. So people with you, when you war, Allah protect them, they will protect Allah's love towards them is source of encouragement. Source of encouragement.
It's common sense.
It's a common sense. This is a verse of encouragement. What would you say if the verse said, how many of the prophets were killed in the Allah's name, and with them large bands of men?
So the young lady in front of the camera now, her name is Hatun Tash, and she's a regular contributor here, and she's very provocative. And those of you who know Hatun will know she's the young lady who was stabbed in the head down here at Speaker's Corner on the 27th of July 2021. So the young lady currently in front of the camera, she was stabbed down here at Speaker's Corner.
It's a past tense. Killed.
Yeah, they are dead.
No, maybe it was talking about they are killed, like past time when they were fighting. At that time, they've been encouraged.
So they are dead.
They've been encouraged before they were died when they were going to war.
So they are killed. Okay, they are killed. If the verse says, how many of the prophets killed in Allah's name and then with them? Large bands of godly men. But if they never lost heart, if they met with disaster in Allah's way, they weaken, no give in, and Allah loves those who are firm and steadfast. So when the word says fight, that's a verse of encouragement. Allah is encouraging people in their, go for it, okay, I'm with you. But if it is killed, if people are dead, is that encouragement or not encouragement?
How can you encourage someone that is dead?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, anyone knows English better than me? If someone is dead, and then someone is fighting, will you encourage dead person or fighting people? Fighting people, okay, so. You can't encourage that person? No? Okay. So we both agreed, if the verse is killed, then that doesn't make sense. Okay?
You know what you were talking about. That is how we should be, not picking and choosing what.
Why can you not show me from this Quran? What happened? What can you not show me from this? Why are you taking?
I know this is another Quran. I am grateful that you noticed.
Yeah, but it's the same Quran, no?
It's not the same Quran.
Okay, so it's Quran that you what?
This is different Quran. I didn't write it. I am very busy.
I told you. I already had some kind of doubt for you.
Oh, you had a doubt that I would write the Quran?
I was suspicious from the beginning anyway. But
I know. I don't even have time to brush my hair, but yes, I did write the Quran in Arabic. And then I sold it to Saudis and then asked them to ban it. Yeah, I do that. I do that in my free times. Yeah.
Just like the old people, it says in the Quran.
So in this one, the verse is killed. Instead of fought, in here it is killed. Would you in that case tell me this verse shouldn't be here?
I still don't understand your question.
So, you expressed in this Quran, when it is fight, it is the encouragement.
Encourage a dead person.
Okay.
Okay.
So in this Quran, Allah is encouraging the dead person. Does Allah have a problem or what is the problem?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you want me to translate that to English again?
What this? But here, there's no translator.
Overall, my argument.
There's no translator.
I can find the translation.
I can't believe what comes from your mouth though. It doesn't say in here at least.
Okay. Okay. So again,
at least if he's in like this one here, we can come to some kind of conversation. But this is just no.
So because as a Muslim who is Quran is Arabic, you don't understand Arabic, therefore conversation doesn't move forward. As a lady that is not
Muslim, on top of that, Islamic phobia, you understand, cannot believe. It's a problem.
Okay, that's the problem. So here's the problem is Muslim who's supposed to be reading the Quran in Arabic, memorizing it, actually doesn't understand it, but because I am the woman who brings it up, that brings issue. But no worries, Muslims translate
I didn't say because of the woman and such and such.
No worries, Muslims are translated that to English.
You know, Khatum, instead of taking all the books out, what I can say to you is I can already translate the verse for you anyway. Do you want me to translate it?
I am asking what is happening in Surah 3, verse 146, because I want to know actually what did really Allah meant at the first place.
Wallah, you know what's the shame and
Wallahi, Allah doesn't know.
You got all these books, hadith and different translations of the Quran.
Don't you find it amazing? I read it more than you.
Understand one thing right of it.
And you didn't do anything to explain it to me.
Subhanallah. In your right mind, you haven't understood one right thing of it. Everything you took it negative upon negative. And you come in here to preach to us. Subhanallah.
So I'm going to go to Surah 3, verse 146. And in this book, which Muslims translated for you. So I did show you in two different Qurans. In one of them is killed, in one of them is fought. And then you said if it is killed, it wouldn't make sense. So I want to bring your attention to this one.
I never said that.
So that you can.
What did I say?
So you can help me to understand.
What did I say?
So this is the Surah 3.
You see about this lady?
Surah 3,
she
verse
brings out different
146.
Books. She preached from her own words. She uses words that I said from her own mouth, and then she says I said it. And then she gonna address that as in general as Muslims.
That's a go on.
Please stop that.
So Surah 3, verse 146.
I'm not saying you're old lady, but I can tell you're all older than me. Respectfully, as a two adult, I'm almost 30 myself. We're both adults. You understand? Let's be truthful and let's be rightful. Let's not hide stuff under books and such. And using your own words to hide stuff. You understand? We're both adults.
I am putting the books in front of you.
We're adults.
I am putting the books in front of you.
These books is very sensitive.
Just a second, sir. I can deal with you once I finish with gentlemen. So this is Surah 3, verse 146. You've got footnote. In the footnote, it says people killed. Okay?
We already addressed that. Killed, yes. So we cannot address people that are already dead, that went to war.
So why in this book, why in this Quran, the word is killed?
Okay, and this one says killed, no?
Other one was fought. You read it?
No, it says killed. Open it, bring out the page. Where is it?
What does it say?
Fought and killed are exactly the same words.
Fought and killed are they exactly
yes,
the same?
they fought.
Can I see?
Are you Arabic speaker?
Allahu Akbar. No, it's not even Arabic. It's English. It's English. We can ask anyone here. Englishman.
Is there a difference between? Can
Englishman?
I'm asking how
you want to evade the topic now. Fought and killed are exactly the same. She's saying fought and killed are two different meanings.
Kill are the same word.
What are you saying?
I'm asking the question right now. The word fought and killed, are they the same?
Because she's saying this Quran says killed.
What is your...
Madam,
right now I'm trying to get answer to that question.
Madam, can you give me attention?
Can I see then? You can take both words out of context. So I need to
No,
it's not about the context.
It's not about the context.
Don't go that far, madam. Don't go that far. Please, let's not bring other people in because she's going to debate the question.
You turn to her.
Please, madam. Okay. All right, bless.
She's Muslim too,
listen,
with the makeup.
Listen,
without
this Quran says fought, no?
Yeah.
And this one says killed.
So if someone...
That's what we said. Quran is one with different translation.
Right. So if someone...
Different translation of choice of words.
So
your own choice of words, but it's the same meaning.
So fought and killed are the same meaning.
I clocked you on the first question, and this is the second question. I clocked you again.
So fought and killed are the same meaning.
Oh my God, Khatib.
That's okay. In the 21st century, fought and killed are the same thing. I am afraid to tell those British people who went to Iraq or Afghanistan or other part of the world to fight, yet they came back alive. Because according to the mind of Muslims, you are dead, you are killed. That's the mindset of Islam. But even the 21st century Muslims are telling us fought and killed are exactly the same thing. Tabari is telling us no, they're not the same thing. And it is the same Muslims simply tell us if in the verse it says kill, it won't make sense because the verse is written for the encouragement. You cannot encourage dead people. They're not.
Fought and killed. No.
I fought with Muhammad Ali.
Englishman.
He didn't kill me.
Fought and killed. I
fought with Muhammad Ali, but he didn't kill me.
He fought.
Yeah, but he didn't kill me.
Can I contribute to what you said?
So he fought with who?
I said I fought with Muhammad Ali, but
so he fought with Muhammad Ali and
Ali will take in.
But he didn't
kill him.
Excuse me, can I
still lost, but he didn't kill me.
I think this is great opportunity for you to say, I'll do my homework. I apologize that I
That's what I said from the beginning. I cannot never believe the things that you have in your own bag. You understand? I told you to give me the verse. Like, remember the verse about Ahzab about Zak, the prophet's son and such and such. You gave me the verse and the chapter.
Sir,
I have to listen to myself.
You explain it to me that there is the verse in the context, Surah 3 verse 146. So this is, I am making my argument. Listen, then you can engage. Surah 3 verse 146, it is talking about how many prophets fought in the names of Allah, and verse is there for encouragement. And then your Muslim brother expressed, killed wouldn't make sense because you cannot encourage to kill dead people. So then I hold this Quran. This is different Quran than this Quran, and I am trying to make sense of why this Quran, Allah is encouraging to dead people. Tabari agrees with us that actually dead people cannot be encouraged. So Tabari follows in this occasion the Hafs Quran. But at the beginning, while Muslim agreed all the point, suddenly it came to the line, actually no. They cannot trust their own eyes, as well as now in the 21st century, while it is different in Arabic, fought and killed, there are two different words in Arabic. Today, even in English, they become two different things.
At least this one has translation.
Who fought, they came back with the injured.
Why can you show me another Quran with translation as well?
I showed you.
No, this is a regular.
I showed you.
It's a normal Quran with no translation.
I showed you the translation.
No, but you wrote stuff in your own.
I didn't write this.
You wrote this. No,
I didn't write this.
Not this, the pink stuff.
I didn't ask you about the pink stuff.
No, but
I asked you the Arabic.
You're translating it. No?
I didn't write this Quran. I don't even have time to brush my hair. I am not going to write the Quran and then sell it around, and then after that ask Saudi government to ban this Quran. I don't have time for that. But I must express, I am very much disappointed while Muslims are simply having problem that there are Qurans with the holes in it. They've got zero problems when their their caliph ordered Quran to be burned. Muslims kicked the Quran. Muslims paid 60 dinars for Quran to be tear down. Muslims put Quran to Nile. They sunk the Quran. And all I wanted to know is why I've got two different Qurans and why they are different from one another. So another Sunday, holes in the narratives continues. Are you Muslim? Can I ask you what I'm asking? So, do you read Arabic?
No, I don't read Arabic.
You don't read Arabic? So I was asking the gentleman that I've got two different Qurans in my hands. I've got two different Qurans in my hands, and I'm trying to find out which Quran is the correct Quran. Okay? So, in this book, Surah 3 verse 146 is different. People are fighting in this book. Okay? In this Quran, people are dead in the same verse. So this Quran, from this Quran different in 1,300 places. Which Quran is the word of Allah?
I'm talking about... You go ahead.
Let me get answer from her and then I'll pass on you.
Well, I can only say that sometimes, like, I'm sure the Bible as well.
I'm not asking the question about Bible right now. I'm just trying to figure out the Quran.
Example.
No, I'm trying to figure out the Quran right
so
now.
I'm trying to say to you that often things are interpreted, right, and written in a way, and that's what the other gentleman was trying to say to you, that often it's a case of, obviously it gets rewritten, in different forms, as in it gets written. Yeah.
So you don't believe Quran as the in Arabic is the word of Allah?
Yeah, I do.
So then my question is
is between two words that you're using. The point is that the person who writes it.
No, this is Arabic.
Yeah. The person writing it in Arabic or the person writing it in English. There could be a slight in terms of the word, the use of the word. So that's why somebody was telling you fought and the result was killed. It's a misinterpretation in some cases. A slight. In this
so
case,
Quran has been misinterpreted and then people change the Quran?
I would say one word could be...
I've got 1,300 examples in my hand.
You do have.
I've got 1,300 examples in here and overall
I'm sure it happens with the Bible as well, right?
This Quran...
As long as it's not a major misinterpretation, where the
I am not asking for the interpretation. I am asking for the revealed word of Allah. Which one is revealed?
So did you find a fundamental difference between most of the 1,000 words?
Yeah.
Because I heard what the gentleman said,
So you follow what gentleman says? Yeah.
No, I'm using his example. If you give me more examples, like fought and killed, I could say,
Okay, they are the same. So you went to war, you are dead. I'm sorry, let me say, I am sorry, I can see your leg is from the bomb is being chopped off and you are injured, you are paralyzed, you've been being looked after, you come back from the war as a hero, you fought and you come back as a hero, you are breathing out and breathing in, but you are dead. According to your mindset, it's exactly the same.
So what I'm saying to you is if you find there will always be slight misinterpretations anyway. Bible.
I'm not asking the interpretation. I am just simply saying what the Arabic says.
I'm telling you. That's the
did Allah reveal this one or this one?
I can't give you where it's wrong, but as long as
it went wrong in one point.
If you give me 1,000,
so in one point it went wrong. That's fine. That's fine. Do you want me to have him in or do you want to continue?
Did you read all 1,000?
Just between these two, 1,300 differences.
And how different were those meanings?
Well, which school of Islam do you follow?
Sunni.
Which school? So under the Sunni, you've got Hanafi, Maliki, which Shafi, which school you follow? You are Shafi. Okay.
Them Chinese whiskies make everything. No matter how minute they are, when they keep going and going and going, and each change makes it a big one. One little change then becomes two.
I understand, but it's possible, right? What I'm saying is, not, you will find it. But are you going to go by 1,000? It depends how significant it is.
So I think
I can see it happen.
Let me just express. You are acknowledging that there are differences, and so that's fine. So there are Qurans. Quran written in different.
I know. It's not that heavily misinterpreted.
So you said you are Shafi?
Shafi,
You are Shafi. Okay. You don't read Arabic, correct?
Yeah.
I read Arabic, correct.
Yeah, she reads. He reads Arabic. I don't.
Okay, you don't. I'll ask the question. You have right to not answer the question, yet give me your comments, okay?
Sure.
So, when you have your period once a month, okay? Does your husband, can your husband have sex with you after you have bath, or when your bleeding stopped?
Well, it depends.
Depends on what?
Well, it depends on your regularity.
No, if you are bleeding once a month.
Yeah.
So
it depends.
So does your husband wait for you to have bath before he has sex with you, or does your husband wait for your bleeding to stop but you haven't had a bath yet?
So what is your point?
So I'm asking, what is the?
Tell me your point first, then I'll tell you the answer.
No, I'm asking.
What point are you making? Tell me.
So I'm gonna make the point.
Yes.
So I've got in here, I've got Surah 2, 222. Okay. Would you like to read it in Arabic for me?
In
English? Yeah. Can you read it loud for us? Can you read it loud for us?
Yeah. Then you may approach them in the manner. Surely. Yeah.
So what does the verse say?
It says when they purify themselves, yeah?
So purify themselves, what does that mean?
It means they have the bath, yeah?
When they have the bath?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'll read it for everyone to hear. They ask you, O Prophet, about the menstruation. Say, beware of its harm, so keep away and do not have intercourse with your wives during their...
I'm Muslim. You're Muslim? Yes. Oh, yes.
During their monthly cycles until they are purified.
Yeah.
When they purify themselves, then you may approach them in their manner specified by Allah. Surely Allah loves those who always turn to Him in repentance and those who purify themselves. So according to this verse...
Yeah.
So
get the point. So what's your other point?
So according to this verse...
I get it.
Does he have to wait for you to have shower, or...
Yes.
He has to wait for you to have shower?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've got another Quran pictures here. Since you don't know Arabic, I don't like. Quran is in my bag if you want to see. So this is another Quran called Quran Kalaf. In this one, this is the Arabic word.
Yeah.
Says when they become pure. Okay. It doesn't say when they purify themselves. When they become pure.
Same meaning.
Let her land.
Yeah, but let's hear.
Let her land, because
it's a line. The same.
More.
But hear what you say. What's your
That's
point?
Why I'm waiting patiently for her.
What's your other point now?
So you tell me that they are exactly the same. I am disappointed to hear from you that they are exactly the same.
Why?
Because in Muslim world, okay, Malik, Shafi and Imam Ahmedi, according to them, actually you need to, you can't approach
but they're two is the same.
It is not the same.
It's very much the same. If
very much.
It's the same for me. The two
purify themselves. Purify themselves.
It's the same. We interpret pure to be the wash. So whether you believe it or not, that's what it is. Whether you say to purify or to purify, it's the same.
So okay, that's
the same.
Okay, according to you, that's same. Can I ask, have you got any qualification on Islam?
No. What do you mean by that? I love Islam.
Okay, you love
born
Islam.
So.
Okay, you're born
what do
into
you mean,
Islam.
yeah?
So
I love these values.
I've got people who has got the qualification on Islam. They are the leaders of the certain schools.
Yeah.
School of Shafi, Hanafi, Maliki.
Yeah.
According to them, actually, the things you said, they are exactly the meaning very much same. According to them, it is not the same. So,
let me tell you what.
School of Malik, let me finish. School of Malik, Shafi and Imam Ahmed.
Good one.
Imam Ahmed simply says
mean exactly that.
So it might be exactly the same to you, but not according to the school of Islam. So according to you, the man's intercourse with his wife is not permitted before she washes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
that's beautiful.
Go on.
It's the same. It's exactly the same. What else did you think it was? I don't know what else you think was to make yourself pure. What is it?
How many schools in Islam?
So why?
Sorry, how many schools in Islam?
Why do you think this is different?
I'm going to give you 4 schools. I'm going to give you the sole in Hanafi.
Why do you think that's different?
In Hanafi school, it is permissible for man to have intercourse with his wife as soon as her menses stopped, even she didn't wash.
Yeah.
So, because of their interpretation of the Surah 222 in the different Qurans, in one of the schools...
Interpretations, and we understand, like any religion, there's always a different schools, and we know that. The way we salah, the way we do, is different. It's slight, it's interpretation, but it doesn't make our understanding different. So, yeah.
Actually, it does make your understanding different. Therefore, some schools says actually you have to wait until she washes herself.
Yeah.
Versus other school says no. When her bleeding stops, you can have sex. So that's absolutely up to you. If you want to kind of say, it doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. According to Islam, that's a big deal. Therefore, that's divide Islam. And then my question, it does divide you. It does divide you.
Not at all.
School of Hanafi, School of Shafi, School of Maliki.
It is called jurisprudence, yeah?
Yeah.
So it makes matter easy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
So which Quran Hanafi schools follow? Which Quran?
Only one Quran.
Only one, yeah.
In the Sunni school of thought, yeah, there's only one Quran. And let me start from the one where Quran verse 3:146 that you came in. Now I already know it.
Okay,
yeah?
okay.
Let's go back to it. I'll just tell you what is in it.
So you.
Listen, the word.
What is your name?
No, don't worry about my name, yeah?
Okay, I'll call you Mr. Muslim, okay?
Yeah, the word Kital, yeah, that's the word you are contesting. 3:146. Kital actually means to kill. But in killing, yeah, it also means to fight, to kill. Do you understand? Somebody going to war, what is he going to do? When you're going to war, what are you going to do? You're going to fight. What is the end result of fighting? It's kill. So you can use a word that's going already. It's a matter of diction. Yeah, it's the choice of word that we use. It doesn't mean that the Quran is different. It's not different at all. Okay. Do you understand?
So let me respond.
Yeah.
So this Quran says kill. This Quran says fought. So what did Allah reveal at the first place? You say to me, Mr. Muslim, you say to me there is only one Quran.
Yeah.
Which one Allah revealed?
No, let me just say this glaringly. Yeah, this Quran and this Quran, these 2 Qurans that you are holding in your hands says exactly the same thing in the Arabic text.
You are lying.
Okay, I'll show you.
I'll show you. No worries, I'll show you.
Just let me finish with you.
You look very handsome when you lie. It is the face of Muslims.
Bring it. Bring it on.
Can you read it to me letter by letter?
Kotal, bring it here. Open this here. We put it side by side. Bring it here. Open this.
Can you read this for me? You don't need to get excited. I'm not running away.
I'm not.
So you lied. I will expose your lies. No worries.
I'm not.
I am here to expose the lies of Islam.
It's Kotal.
Katala.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, you said exactly the same. Can you just tell me how is this exactly the same?
Okay. You see, this, yeah, and this. This, I don't know where you got this from. Let me see this.
Doesn't matter where I got from. Are they the same or not?
Let me see what you're using. Let me see what you're using. Okay.
Now, you see...
Let's just tell everyone what it is. Let's just tell everyone. This is the meaning of the Holy Quran, Yusuf Ali translation, Arabic and English next to each other, yes?
Good. You see, let me just give you a little background.
You said they are exactly the same. I want you to tell me why they are written differently.
Let me give you a little background. Let me give you...
Sir, tell me why they are exactly written differently.
Qatala, in the past.
It's in the past.
Yeah.
So people died in the past, or they are fighting?
Listen, kutila, like in a continuous sense. Now, this is not actually acceptable. There's something that is wrong here. I agree.
Which one?
Which
one?
No, listen. Now,
which one is not acceptable?
Listen,
I'm trying to understand. If you answer my question, it will help me to understand.
This Quran here, this is the original text.
This one?
Original text.
This one?
This Quran has been made to be translated.
Okay.
In the course of translation, in the course of writing this has been changed from what it was. This was.
Okay, let me understand.
But they're saying the same thing.
Let me understand.
Wait.
Sir, let me understand.
Let me also
I am not Arabic speaker, and you can say English is not my mother tongue either. So can I just tell you what I heard from you, and then you correct me so that we can understand and move forward healthier. So you are saying this Quran, because it is all full Arabic, okay? It is all full Arabic. This is the original text, okay? And then when they had this Quran, in the intention of translating Arabic to English, they changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me explain.
So they changed the Quran.
Can I explain myself, yeah? Can I go on?
Yeah, go on, sir.
In the Arabic language here, most times the verbs is what is used, yeah? And the verb here is qaf, the first one, ta, and the lam. Do you understand? And it's this that is played with to make it a past tense. Like this one is kutila. In Arabic, in Islam, for example, all the words should be exactly the same. Exactly the same. This is not exactly the same. There's a doctrine.
Thank you for confirming they are not exactly the same.
This has been doctored. But you know what we do?
Sorry.
You know what we do?
This has been. I didn't get the word.
This is not from the Muslims.
I didn't get the word. What this has been?
Quran has been doctored. But you know what the Muslims do?
I don't know what does that word means. Edit it. Okay, this Quran. This Quran has been edited.
Let me explain this finally.
I'm just trying to understand, sir. I'm giving you time to explain. No worries. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. Take for example, all the Quran in the world is thrown on that field and burnt. Yeah. Before the end of today, the Quran will be back because the Quran has been properly memorized.
Okay.
By everybody. Do you understand? So people have done.
So let me finish. I did tell you English is not my mother tongue. I told you Arabic is not my mother tongue. I'm just trying to understand what you said. So you are saying if today we get rid of all the Qurans because it is memorized by people, we will able to write it down. Okay. Have you memorized the Quran?
I've not.
You haven't?
But I've memorized the
Have you memorized the Quran? Have you memorized? You have? Okay.
Yes, it's even different things.
Okay. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to her. You see even here.
So just a second. So just sake of the argument, forget. We didn't burn all the Qurans. Okay. Here's the piece of paper for you. I want you to be kind enough and then write for me Surah 3 verse 146 as Allah revealed.
The numbers I don't understand. No.
Sorry?
I don't memorize the numbers for the Quran.
What did you memorize in Surah 4 verse 103 verse 146? I have got empty Musaf. If we can get rid of all the Quran, I want you to write it down which is the Quran. Okay, so we are just showing Muslims which verse he needs to write.
I didn't memorize the whole Quran. No.
Okay, so you are misguiding me when you say you memorize the Quran. So let me make my case. Let me my case. I believe you are older than me. I am saying this with all respect, okay? You have been lied to, or you are here intentionally lying to me. You've got two options in here. First of all, those are two different Arabic Qurans. It is not the Quran. So this is not the Quran. People edited when they were translating. This Quran called Hafs Quran. Majority of Muslim world is reciting this Quran, reading this Quran.
Exactly.
This Quran, listen, I haven't finished. This Quran is called Warsh Quran. So there is Quran number 1, Hafs Quran. Quran number 2, Warsh Quran. They are different from one another, and you already told me, yes, they are different, but your reasoning failed because you are trying to justify, actually, kill and fight is exactly the same. No,
okay.
I haven't finished. I will give you time to cry, no worries.
Okay.
So, this Quran called Warsh Quran is banned in Saudi Arabia. This Quran called Hafs Quran is banned in Algeria. Okay? So these two Qurans cannot be worked together. So I ask you simply stated, if we get rid of the old Qurans, if we burn them, you will be able to produce the same Quran.
Exactly. I said,
so that is a huge lie because I haven't finished.
Oh.
That is a huge lie because which one are you going to write?
Yeah.
Are you going to write fight or fought?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
I will give you time.
Can I answer it?
Please, cry. Continue.
Okay. You see, it's recognized that you have the Warsh Quran and you have.
But you say there is only one Quran.
Sorry.
You say there is one Quran.
No. It's reading.
If there is one Quran, why are you not telling me there is Hafs Quran and Warsh Quran?
Excuse me. Warsh and Hafs is different reading.
Sir, is the Hafs is different from the Warsh? No?
The pronunciation is different.
Yes.
The sound
Do you
is
read
different.
Arabic?
Yeah, I'm Arabic.
You are Arabic? Tell me what is this word?
You see,
tell me what is this word?
No, let me just finish.
this is what she's saying, eh?
So let him first read it.
وكأي من نبي قتل.
What does that mean?
قتل, it means killed.
Okay, they killed. Read all the verse for me.
وكأي من نبي قتل معه ربيون كثير.
Okay, so prophets were killed?
I don't know, I have to listen.
You just read it. You just read it and then told me what the word is. Sir, stop crying. Let you pass me on him.
Put in your mind, this book, all of it one sentence.
Sir?
You cannot cut.
Sir, can you read it to me?
You cannot.
Sir, can you read it again and then tell me what it says?
وكأي من نبي قتل معه ربيون كثير فما وهنوا لما أصابهم في سبيل الله.
Okay, so what is it? What does it say?
Islam has the most lenient ways for war.
There is a lot of prophets has been killed, and some their followers with them, and they with dignity when they did with dignity.
Okay. So people were killed, prophets were killed.
Yes.
So can you read this for me?
Show it to me. Just let me be sure.
It's the same verse.
Just let me.
I'm going to hold it, sir. People stole my Quran in the past.
No, I'm not going to steal it. I'm not thief.
It's the same. Surah 3, verse 146.
146. 146.
146. Which one?
This one.
Yeah. Okay. وكأي من نبي قتل معه ربيون. What's the difference?
You tell me what is different. You say it, you are Arabic speaker.
Yeah,
read the context and then tell me what it says.
Nothing. The exact same thing.
Read it again.
I love this.
وكأي من نبي قتل معه ربيون كثير
let me stop you there. Sir, in this occasion, do you need to step in and then correct him? Because the word you read, Katala, he read it as Kutula.
Listen,
are you going to step in and then confront your brother? No, you are just going to smile, okay?
Listen, the reading is different. Like the English, listen, the English and the American, they pronounce it different, the same word. Okay, so it's exactly the same word.
Is there a difference between being alive and being dead?
What do you mean?
Is there a difference being alive and being dead? Sorry. Just a second.
We are talking about...
No, I am asking a very basic question.
Yes.
Is there a difference being alive and being dead?
Fight and alive is not the same anyway.
Life and death is different, of course.
That's different. Is there a difference between boy and girl?
Yes, of course.
Is there a difference between tree and human?
Yes, of course.
Yes. So there is a difference between being alive and being dead. Okay? So you go to war, you fight, you can come back with injured or not injured, yet you are breathing out an ill. In one of them, it tells prophecy they were killed, another one they were fighting. In the context, Allah is trying to encourage people. According to your scholars such as Tabari says, if it says killed, that doesn't make sense because it doesn't fit the context. The thing you said, oh, it's all the same, it's all the same, meaning is the same, they are just different reading, doesn't make sense.
It's a matter of diction. You are going to war, you are going to fight and kill, or you're killed.
If you don't want to understand it, it's up to you. Are you?
Explain it to me again.
Yeah, if you don't want to
explain
understand.
It. I didn't say repeat, I said explain it to me again.
Explain to you again. It's different, like, you know, when there is a slang, different pronunciation of the word. Like if you are listening to my English, it's not that good English.
My English is not good either. Yeah, I cannot pronounce W's.
Okay,
so, but when I write it down, how do you write down water?
The same thing, but you
No. How do you write down the water?
I can write it, but
yeah. Tell me how do you write it down?
No, I don't know.
There's homophone.
Okay, I will. So can you say water for me?
Water.
Okay.
Yeah. And then what they said? They said water. No, they said water.
Yeah, whatever they say.
No,
whatever they say.
That is the point we are talking
whatever
about.
They say, they write it the same.
Right.
W-A-T-R-E.
It's written the same.
It is not written the same, sir. Put your glasses on. Put your glasses on.
You see,
put your glasses on. Put your glasses on.
Yeah, okay. Where's the difference?
I would expect at this stage, this Mr. Muslim to correct you when you lie.
Okay.
But I know in Islam you don't expose each other's sins.
Why not? Okay, no. Why not? Just show me where's the difference.
Let me show you what is this.
No, where's the difference?
No. He shows. He's Muslim. I am sure you will believe his word.
Go on.
Listen.
So
where's this?
See the top writings in here, and then you got small letter looks like alif in here.
Okay.
So see, that is not in here. That's one word, and then if you. I know. Quran is so funny.
It is.
I know.
It is. No, you are funny. Sorry to say it.
All right.
You know why you are funny?
How I am funny? I just read the Quran and you become funny.
Because it's these things. It's different because it's giving instruction how you read it. So that's why they said
a letter gives you instruction how to use it.
It's not letter, this one.
So
it's not
let me do very basics.
It's not letter.
Can you read?
To pronounce it.
It's not letter.
Can you? I wasn't talking about that. Can you just read the verse and then tell me what is Allah trying to do in the verse?
Give it to me.
No, I'm not going to give you anything. I want you to.
I'm going to make you understand what's the difference.
No. I want you to tell me what is the verse about.
Pardon?
What is the verse about? So what is the verse is
talking about? So many prophets has been killed with their follower and they didn't.
Is it killed or false?
You can't see this one. You read this one. Please, madam.
This translation.
Okay, so in this one.
Don't talk to me about translation.
It is talking about.
I'm talking about
according to you, in the Hafs Quran, it is talking about the killed. Okay, so prophets are killed, and so what? What is Allah saying? What is Allah trying to make point?
Trying to make. Oh wow! If you killed, he's talking like to prophet. If you killed, so there is so many. A prophet before you has been killed and their follower has been killed. So it's not make you. Yeah, so
don't worry.
Read the Bible.
Don't worry, you will be fine. That's what Allah is saying.
No, it's fine. So don't feel you are like.
Don't get discouraged.
You're just finding.
Yeah, not discouraged.
Okay.
There is no dignity with that.
Yeah. So Allah is encouraging people, encouraging Muhammad in this occasion. By giving example from the past. In the past, prophets died, no worries. I still love you. Allah loves those who are firm and steadfast.
Don't feel bad for yourself if you killed all your.
So how can you discourage? How can you encourage someone who is dead? If according to you, verse is saying they are killed, how do you encourage someone who is dead?
Nobody has encouraged someone that is
He's
dead.
talking to someone live at the time. And it's to...
How did Allah encourage those people who were dead? I read it to you again.
In Bible.
Many prophets.
Bible.
How many of the prophets fought? Listen.
You know?
How many of the prophets fought, and with them large bands of godly men? But if they never lose heart, if they meet with disaster in Allah's way, nor did they weaken, no giving in. And Allah loves those who firm and steadfast. Allah is encouraging.
I
know, it was just the Quran. You don't understand the Quran. Allah fails. The language is translated. Deliberately confusing people, misinterpreting the word.
Sorry, but she's not looking for the truth. That's it.
That's it. Unfortunately, you are deliberately confusing the truth.
So what is the truth that I'm confusing?
Listen.
So my question is...
Can I read it to you? Can I read and interpret it to you?
Oh, okay, if you think word of Allah is not clear itself and you want to interpret it, please go ahead.
It says, how many of the prophets fought? And with them, do you understand me? It's giving a historical account of things that happened in the past.
So, Mr. Muslim,
yes,
the gentleman who just walked away, he said it says killed. Why are you telling me it is fought?
I did explain to you before he came. Yes?
Okay, so
I said,
why didn't you confront your Muslim brother when he lied? That's okay. That's okay. In Islam, lying is acceptable.
Let's make my head is this. It's not what people interpret it is.
I'm not asking you to give me your interpretation. I'm asking you what is it happening?
Yeah, what is happening? I just want to tell you. The first thing is that, are you listening?
I'm listening.
He said the first one here, how many of the prophets is giving an historical account? Yeah, that don't be discouraged. There are people before you who have experienced this thing that you had experienced.
Yeah.
So the last.
I agree with you. Allah is encouraging.
What is the last thing? What is the last thing there?
Last thing is Allah says
what's the last
stand
thing
firm. Allah loves those who stand firm.
When you tell somebody that, what are you doing? What are you going to tell somebody that?
So Allah is encouraging people who are going to war that stand firm
on that.
Yeah, so that makes sense to me. But the thing doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Muslim, is this Quran, when those people who encouraged in this book are dead. Allah is encouraging dead people, the ones who are not breathing. You know, when you are dead, you're dead, you're not breathing. And Allah is encouraging dead people. Therefore, would you agree with me? This book, would you agree with me? This book, this one is wrong.
The Quran, in Arabic, it uses verbs.
Sorry?
Verbs. V-E-R-B.
Okay, verbs.
Yeah? That's how the words are constructed. Now, the word for qatl and fight is gotten from qaf, ta, and lam. Now this can make it, what they call araka is when you put the iPhone on top or under.
Tashkils, yeah.
Qatala is in the past. Utila is in the continuous tense.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And why it will be different in any Quranic context, is if you are reciting using warsh or arsh.
Okay.
Do you understand? Go and ask those who use warsh to recite. That's what you're saying in Morocco, not Africa. They use warsh. That's why it's different from when you go to Saudi Arabia. They use afs. Do you understand me?
No. So let me just understand. So the consonantal letters are the same when you add the vowels. Vowels change from the fight to kill. Okay?
Yeah.
So, but my question is, did Allah say fight or kill? What did Allah say at the first place?
What He says, that's why I said it's a matter of diction. Fight or kill in this case, you are going to war. What are you going to do at war? The war, you're going to fight. What is going to when you fight, what you are doing, you are killing. Fighting. Somebody can say this is fighting, just blow. And killing is with the sword.
I am assuming that you are British. Is English your?
Does that matter?
It does matter in this occasion. English is your mother tongue?
It's not my mother tongue, but I'm British.
Okay, so is English your mother tongue? Okay, so I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Please tell me what is the difference. Last night, I had a pillow fight with my husband. Okay? Are both of us alive? So, last night, I went to war, I came home, my leg is being chopped off from the bone. I am in hospital. Am I still alive?
Yeah.
Last night, I went war, and I am dead. I am under the ground in the graveyard. Am I alive? No. So there is a difference between being alive and being dead. There is a big difference between being fighting and being killed. He is English speaker. In Arabic is not a magical language. I already assume that you know that because you don't even read and understand Arabic. In that not magical, in that not magical language, there is a difference between fight and kill. Tabari, one of the Muslim scholars tells us, Walsh Quran got it wrong. So Tabari didn't say, oh, both of them from Allah, and then you just follow which dialect you are choosing. Tabari says, this Quran got it wrong, because in the context, as we agreed, Allah is trying to encourage people. In the context, if they are killed, it wouldn't make sense to them. So, therefore, I guess Saudi kind of listened a little bit of Tabari and then banned this Quran, as well as Algeria banned this book. So how do you reconcile with, after seeing 2 different Arabic Qurans, and then I've got book here talking about 30 different Arabic Qurans, how do you reconcile your statement that there is only one Quran?
Now, let me give you a little background.
Brother, can you hold a little bit back? Thank you.
First, English is not her mother tongue, not Arabic. Whatever you explain, he don't understand. Secondly, Quran in Algeria, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, India or UK. There is no one word changed from Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
You are so liar.
And you are
so liar.
I'm not liar. This is a truth. That's why.
No, that's not the truth.
Because you don't understand.
He can show you.
This gentleman just told me about the Hafs and Warsh Quran. I'm sorry that your brother is lying. Okay. So when this Muslim man tells me there is Hafs and Warsh Quran in Morocco, people read the Warsh Quran. Was he lying?
What do you mean? Lying.
Was he lying?
There's only one Quran.
Listen, there's only one Quran.
They didn't change even one word.
There's only one Quran. Let me finish this.
Christianity.
Let me finish this.
Can you write Surah 3 verse 146 for me?
Sorry?
Surah 3 verse 146 for me.
Surah?
3 verse 146.
For what?
Write it here for me in Arabic. So if it is not changed, it should be very easy for Muslims to write down the Quranic verse I am asking them. And then after that I'm going to ask you Surah 57. Write it down for me.
You are picking only one line.
Don't worry.
Well, it's not about one line. If it is exactly the same, tell me.
I'll give you answer.
Okay?
I'm not going right.
Before, just a moment. Before you do that, can you turn to your brother and then tell him, as you told me, in Morocco, Muslims follow Warsh Quran. In Saudi Arabia, Muslims follow Hafs Quran. Can you tell him?
I don't understand what he said.
I did not say Saudi Arabia they follow this. It's a matter of choice and preference. Do you understand me? Do you understand?
I just think you are so much liar.
When she don't want to listen, you can see her previous videos. She said this one word. You are big liar, because she don't know even her own religion.
That is why you are here.
She don't know anything.
That is why you are here.
That's why she say you are big liar. Only one thing.
This is what we're saying. At the end of it all, everybody is here. Yeah, we're all about salvation. At the end of the day. Do you understand me? And we continue to be going back and forth, trying to learn from one another. Because at the end of the day, yeah, one thing matters: to make paradise, to make everything. That's what matters.
No, so I do disagree with you on that. No, let me step in, because that's very important.
Yeah.
So the reason I am talking about the different Arabic Qurans, because yes, I agree, salvation is meta. I agree, once we stop breathing, once we are under the grave, it is meta where we are going to end up, who we are going to end up. Therefore, I am asking the question. So, according to Islamic tradition, on the day of judgment, Quran is going to become a pale man and intercede for those who recited it. If you are reciting this Quran, and this Quran is identified by Tabari for Surah 3 verse 146 as a mistake, then your intercession is in danger. So that's the first point. But I am not in this world that when I die I get to paradise. I am in this world to enjoy my triune God. I am in this world longing to go home to my God. So even our understanding of paradise is very much disturbing. So word salvation is belong to Christians. It is belong to Christian scripture. The word salvation is belong to Christians and belong to Christian scripture. There is no word salvation in Islam. In Islam, it is all about success. No. Let me finish. In Islam, it is all about success. Salvation is gift from Son of God only through cross of Christ. Versus success in Islam is all about what you are going to do. What are the things you can do to get to Islamic paradise? Versus Christian faith is unique. Lord Jesus Christ done it all. It is not what I am going to do. Christ alone done it all. Therefore, when I die, it is not about the paradise I am looking for. I am looking for to having fellowship with my God. God is going to dwell with his people. I am not hunting for the virgins. Okay. Now, make your case.
Okay. Unfortunately, the first point I wanted to raise, I've forgotten actually.
That was all. First point was about how Quran is going to become an intercessor. Therefore, it is important which Quran is the correct one. That was the first point.
Oh, yeah, that's the first point. But the second point. Now, you see, the recitation of the Quran is not even 2. It's 7.
Not 7.
7.
Not 7.
Listen to me, I'm telling you, you're not a Muslim. You're not studying.
My name is Hatun. It's not 7. 7 was chosen by whom?
Listen.
Ibn Mujahid. And then after that, it was 10 and then 14. Why do you follow 7? What did Allah give it to you? Allah give it to you 7 or 14 or 10?
Allah did not give anybody 7. Do you understand? Allah did not give anybody 7, 10 Quran. Only one Quran was revealed. Do you understand? Only one Quran.
So you are telling me only one Quran revealed. Allah didn't give it to 7 Quran.
Where are you from?
I am from Turkey.
You're from
Turkey.
Okay. Now you see Arabic. Yeah, Arabic. Yeah. The Arabic that is spoken in Yemen. In Yemen.
Okay.
In Yemen, yeah. There's the Yemeni Arabic. There's the Syrian Arabic. There's this Egyptian Arabic. Take these 3, or only these 3. Only these 3? Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
If you take only these 3 Arabic, a Yemeni, if you have a Yemeni here, a Syrian here, an Egyptian here, if they speak here, saying the same thing, they are going to use they are going to say one word in 3 different ways. Do you understand? Different language. Same Arabic. But a Yemeni, a Syrian, because these are classical Arabic. Do you understand me? So, when the Quran was revealed there, when it was revealed, and what they called in the process of compilation, when it was compiled, yeah, there were people that were reciting the Quran in different languages, because in Medina, where it was revealed and finalized, yeah, people from different accents, like me now, but background Nigerian from.
I'm now pulling away from the debate which is taking place. Good afternoon. My name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to Street Mic, and we are coming to you live and direct from Speaker's Corner, and the young lady who is currently debating, her name is Hatun Tash, and on the 27th of July 2021 she is the young lady who was stabbed in the head here at Speaker's Corner. So her name is Hatun Tash. Mine is Wendell Daniel. And don't forget, if you like what you're seeing, give me the thumbs up. Here's my thumb. Ooh. Make your comments down below, share and follow. So give me the thumbs up, make your comments down below, share and follow. And we're currently live streaming on Facebook at StreetMic Podcast. We're also on YouTube at StreetMic LiveStream, and I'm also on Vimeo. So we're currently live streaming on 3 networks at once. I was going to go down to central London, down by Westminster, down by Downing Street today for the Ukrainian protests, but I decided to stay here at Speaker's Corner because I've already done 2 days of that protest. And earlier on we had the opportunity to listen to Pavlo, who's a well-known Ukrainian debater down here at Speaker's Corner, and I hope to be catching up with him again very soon. But the lady here, she's very provocative. She used to be a Muslim and she converted to Christianity. And what she does, she looks at the various different books of the Quran and she looks at slightly different variations in words. And then she brings evidence, written evidence, to show that the Quran has changed certain words and certain meanings, and this is the debate she enters into with people. And for me, it's interesting watching, learning, because I don't take sides in any of these religious arguments. I bring it to you. You decide what is the truth. You decide what is not. And earlier on this week, I was at a place called Concert Road in Peckham where Sasha Johnson was shot in the head. And Sasha was a well-known Black Lives Matter leader. And I had the opportunity to work on many occasions with Sasha. And there was a trial was meant to be starting at the Old Bailey. That collapsed for various different reasons. But if you go on Facebook and YouTube, you can find out the reasons why that happened. I've given factually what happened, and I've given my opinion on what's occurred. But we're now going to be going back to Hatoum as she debates with various persons. And I'm likely to be here till it gets dark. I've got sufficient power to keep me running batteries until at least midnight, but come 6 o'clock, I'll probably be locking down. But don't forget, give me the thumbs up, make your comments down below, share and follow. I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube, I'm also on Instagram, so go on Insta. I don't upload that often on Insta, but I am on there. My main places to upload is on a Sunday. There's lots of people who like what I do. I'm looking for 1,000 followers within the next month, so I'm nearly on 800. Let's get it to 1,000 and then the numbers will explode. So let's follow StreetMic. I try to do this every week, but let's go back and listen to Hatoum debates.
Shia that are trying to discredit Aisha. That's one of the points.
Okay, so is it in Shia Quran?
Yeah, it's not in Shia Quran. That point here.
So let me understand. So you are telling me, according to Shia tradition, they believe that those verses, adult breast suckling verses, revealed, and it is not in the Quran. They are just trying to kind of discredit Aisha.
You see, when somebody can become your mahram, yeah, with sucking of the breast, it's not for the adult man, basically. Yeah, it's for the child when the child is growing. Yeah, that's when you get to do that. The point you not find in the Quran of the Sunnah. You're not finding in the Quran of the Sunnah that is saying that. Bring what you're telling the show.
I'm listening to you, sir. I'm just gonna.
I want to
so I'm just gonna bring you first of all adult.
I'm sure you know the difference between hadith.
I'm
I'm sure you know the difference between hadith and Quran.
So it's supposed to be in the Quran.
Do you know the difference?
I know what is the difference between hadith and Quran. Quran is the revealed. word of Allah, dot by dot, what is in the like so-called book, okay? That's revealed word of Allah versus hadith are the customs of Muhammad, okay? So here is example for you. Sahih Muslim. If you go home and then pick up the Sahih Muslim, in volume 8 you will find 4 pages just talking about this, how those verses are revealed, how it was practiced. This is only adult breast suckling. It is here, and then in Sahih Muslim volume 8 hadith 3421, I am going to focus on this one. In this one it is talking about adult breast suckling is for people who has a beard. This gentleman has a beard, so he needs for him to come to your home, okay, sit with your wife, he needs to suck breast of your wife 10 times, and then out of generosity, out of kindness, Allah makes that to 5 times, and then after that, it is in Islam, it is in Sahih Muslim. I am sorry that you don't follow Sahih Muslim. It is in Sahih Muslim volume, it is in Sahih Muslim volume 8. Hadith number starts from 3424 to goes to 3428. And the reason it is not in the Quran, because ships...
You have a copy of this. You have a copy of this.
Take the picture of it. So I'll make it easier for you.
You have a copy. Just give me a copy.
I'm not going to give you a copy, sir. I'm going to make it easier for you. Okay? Go to your phone.
No, what's that? No. Just give me a copy. Just give me a copy.
Go to your phone. Go to sunnah.com.
No, just tell me where volume is.
Sunnah.com.
They fought men. They didn't kill babies. That's what real men do. Real men have men kill babies.
Which book is that?
Sahih Muslim, volume 8, 3421 to 3428.
I'm saying so, now. What book is it?
Volume 8. Okay, so until you find that, let me continue to make my points. My next point is, when you stated, okay, so
what's the hadith number?
Hadith number 3421.
3421.
Yeah. 3421. Yes. So, until you find it, let me make my case. Let me make my case, and then we will break it down by my arguments, okay?
No. Bring it. Let me just take a snapshot.
No, but I believe in Christ. If you bring the
So when you go to Sahih Muslim, right as 3428, you will find it. So that already shows me today Muslims don't have the Quran of Muhammad. That's first point. Second point is today Muslims don't have the Quran which Muhammad had. My second point is, after Muhammad died, Abu Bakr compiled the first Quran, ordered to be kind of gently forced to compile the first Quran. As he compiled the first Quran, are you with me? As he compiled the first Quran, he expressed, this is something Muhammad didn't do it, I don't want to do it. Zayd had the same problem, but Umar pushed them to write it down. Why? Because people who memorize the Quran, they are dying in the battle, they are losing the Quran. People dead, Quran is gone. Okay, don't tell me, oh, if you burn all the Qurans, we will be able to compile it. That wasn't the case. On the point of your recitation, it is just different accent from there, different accent from there. I show you example. I can show you over 93,000 of examples where actually it is.
What example did you show me?
Examples of differences. Actually, it is not accent. Let me finish. This is. I showed you Surah 3 verse 146.
Did I explain to you?
So let me make my case. So I can show you 93,000 different examples where Qurans are disagreeing with one another.
93,000.
And in here,
you said 93,000. Do you know how many words are in the Quran? Do you know how many words are in the Quran?
There are 37 different Arabic Qurans. So 93,000 is not that much. That's the first point. Second point is, in the second completion of the Quran, before Uthman ordered Quran to be burned, people in Azerbaijan, Muslims were calling one another kafir. You know what is kafir? What is kafir?
Unbeliever.
Disbeliever. Okay? Why they were calling each other kafir? Because the way they were reciting the Quran. So it wasn't just the accent in Yemen or dialect in Yemen or in Morocco or in Saudi Arabia. That, like, the way Muslims were reciting the Quran, it was causing people to call one another kafir. So I think it is shame that today you stand here, still claim that you have the Quran of Muhammad and it is exactly the same. And make a claim that if you get rid of and burn all of them, you will have the same Quran. That was not the case. Even Muslim scholars today, such as Yasir Kadim, was asked the question, if I give you aim to Musaf, what would you write? He said, it is not easy, yes and no. He is a scholar, he studied the Quran, he even wrote books about it. He says, it is not easy, yes or no, to say, I will write down the half Quran or the washed Quran. Those differences are problematic.
What reason did he give? What reason did Yasir Kadim give? What reason did he give?
Because there are different Qurans, so he says he doesn't know what Allah revealed, what will he put it down?
He wouldn't say that. He wouldn't say that. He can say he cannot write maybe wash or halves.
No, he said. No, he said it is not easy, yes and no. No, so he doesn't know is the half Quran is what Allah revealed or is the wash Quran what Allah is revealed. So my question to you, I guess overall, because we express answer to those questions affects our eternity. As a Christian, I do concern for your salvation, which you don't have that word in your religion. For you, it is your success. I do concern because the Quran which is going to intercede for you is very much messed up. We don't know which one it is. Versus, I am looking at my scripture and then I am seeing, actually, Word of God, Lord Jesus Christ expresses, He's interceding for us. He's our high priest. So, why do you want to go home?
No, can I speak?
Yeah.
Wait, cameraman, do you believe in Hassan al-Prophet?
This is very important. Like I said when I started, the whole purpose of Speaker's Corner or this particular exercise is making heaven.
Sorry?
It's making paradise. That's the whole essence, right?
Say it again, all the sentences.
The whole essence of life is to go back to paradise, yeah?
So, you mean our last call to go back to paradise?
The whole essence of life, this discussion every day is to go back to paradise.
No, I already answered that question by saying no. My goal as a Christian who is declared righteous by the blood of Lord Jesus Christ to spend eternity with Him. No, it's not about the location, it is about who.
Okay. The Bible itself, yeah, if you are looking at these things you're looking for example, I say 143, Quran 3, 146.
Sorry?
Quran 3, verse 146 that you said. Quran 3, 146 that you said. 3, 146.
Yeah.
He said
Surah 3 verse 146.
He said there's differences there.
Yeah.
Do you understand me? And did you say you have so many others? You said you have so many others, right?
I've got 37 different Arabic Qurans.
No, don't worry,
and in here. So in here you've got this Muslim man. He published this book, and then in this book he's got footnotes. He tells you how many differences from one Quran to other Quran.
He said what?
So this book is published by a Muslim, and then he translates the different Arabic Qurans, and then he writes on the footnotes what are the difference between one Quran to other Quran. In here you've got thousands.
From here, that's what he said.
So he says, for example, so in here, let me see, point C. So in here it says all the deniers, okay, and then he puts footnote, and then he says Abu Bakr's Quran, Al-Qasai's Quran, and Yaqub's Quran says from among the deniers. So he says like there are differences, and then he gives you examples after examples. Buy it in your own time, okay?
That's very good. You see what you
take the picture of it?
No, I don't need it. You see, this is the translation of the 10 Qira'ats.
Yeah.
What is Qira'ats?
Different Arabic Qurans. I showed you. Hafs is Riwaya, Warsh is Riwaya.
Qira'at. You tell me the meaning of Qira'at. What's the meaning of Qira'at?
Sir, Hafs.
What is the meaning of Qira'at?
Listen to me. I am answering your question. So the book which I showed you regarding Surah 3 verse 146, that's Riwaya, okay? From Asim. Riwaya from Asim. Asim is the Quran. We don't have Asim. We have what from Asim students called
You don't know. This is exposing you. You don't know. Qira'at means the recitation.
According to who?
The recitation, that's what it means.
According to who?
Listen. Translation of the 10 Qira'at.
According to who?
The Qira'at.
According to who?
This is the 10 ways by which you can recite Quran. The person that recites is called Qari. It's called Qari. Do you understand? The Qari is the person that recites. The Quran, what do you want to show you?
So, in here, you've got the 10, okay? 10 Qiraat, people of the Qiraat, okay? So you've got Nafi, you've got Asim, where is Asim, okay? Ibn Amir, and then the one I showed you was the Riwaya, okay? Hafs and Warsh. That's what I showed you.
Do you know what is Riwaya?
So,
do you know what is Riwaya?
I already told you what is Riwaya. Is Riwaya what Hafs took from his teacher Asim, okay? What he passed on. But I guess maybe for us to move forward, I'll have to be educated on this. Which Hafs Quran or Warsh Quran, which was revealed to Muhammad, which one Muhammad recited to the people?
You see, I think this is the question. If you put it in Qadi, it's going to say that. Because classically, I cannot tell you that this is what Hafs or Arf. I've simply told you that people use their own intonation to recite the Quran. Myself, as I'm standing here, I can read the Quran to you in 3 or more ways.
So you don't think we've got the Hafs
in 3 or more ways?
You don't think we've got the Hafs Quran or Warsh Quran?
Of course there is.
Okay, so the one we have, do you think that doesn't go back to Hafs?
Let me give you examples.
So the Quran which we have, does that go back to Hafs?
What do Waleli Sasa J. Do you understand? You use that in Warsh. In Hafs, they say Wadu'a Waleli Isa Ja. Ja, the Araka is on top, and this is on under. It's still the same thing, the same meaning, everything. Unlike what you have in the Bible. The meanings are completely different. Completely different, meaning differently entirely, and you know it. You must have seen it. What Ahmediyat has done, and people like that. You must have listened to them. They are completely.
Ahmediyat did rubbish work, and he was rubbish.
They are completely.
I'm grateful he's dead.
Anyway, whatever.
So let me bring your attention. Let me bring your attention.
Can I finish this?
So let me bring your attention to my very basic question. So Hafs Quran and Warsh Quran. Today you have right to choose to deny it. It's absolutely up to you. But the question was, which one did Allah reveal? So that was my basic question. And my second basic question is going to be, I guess, if you're choosing this occasion, Warsh Quran, because when I showed you the different Qurans, you went with the Warsh Quran. In this occasion, would you be say, actually, Muhammad is quite okay with the Warsh Quran? That's the Quran which Muhammad took it from Allah?
There's nothing wrong in that. Do you understand? There's a difference between, you see what we use here. For example, you use Roman language, Roman
alphabet.
Roman alphabet. What I'm trying to say is,
I am not asking about the alphabet. I'm trying. It's been like long conversation, and I feel it is not going anywhere. So all I'm simply asking, okay. This book or this book, they are different from one another.
They are the same.
You looked at it and they are different from one another.
They are the same.
Which one is the word of Allah?
They are the same.
They are the same. Okay, that's absolutely fine. If you believe they are the same, they are the same. So all I can say is, one day when you stand in front of God, Lord Jesus Christ on the day of judgment, you are accountable. You are accountable for this conversation. Jesus is God.
Why is it just God? Why is it just God?
Jesus is going to come and judge the world. Jesus is the just God. So let me.
God that came and I saying I cannot do anything of myself, but He that sent me. Why can't Jesus be God?
I must express. Let me make a point.
It's your bias. Do you understand me? And that is why it's important, that you get to know the truth, so that the truth can save you.
I have got the truth, and truth is Lord Jesus Christ, who is the eternal Son of the Father. He is the eternal Son of the God. He is the Son of Man who is going to come and judge the world justly. Ships and goats. Today you are God. You are not a ship. And if you continue to look into your heart, look into yourself, you will continue to be God. So, and God has no place in the kingdom of God. But let me ask you a very basic question. How did the cats become about?
How did
cat
become?
How did cat become about?
Become what?
How did cats existed? Like, did Allah created the cats? How did cats happen? What is the Islamic intake of creation of the cat?
The cats, everything was created by Allah.
So Allah created the cat? Do you know how?
Same chapter, right?
No, I'm just trying to understand what Islam teaches on that.
He created like any other animal.
Okay, so he created the cat like any other animals. Okay? So, can you, what would you say if I say, I think cats are, can you come a little bit this way, sorry. If I say to you, cats are created from the sneeze of lion.
From the sneeze of lion?
Yeah, sneeze of lion.
Well, I don't know about that. If you know about that, then that's okay.
Would you be okay with that? Would you be okay if the cats are created from the sneeze of lion?
You see,
lion, sorry.
I am not going to say I know everything. Do you understand? I've never said anything. If you know that is how cats are created, and you have evidence to prove it, that I don't know, then fine.
So you don't have any problem if the cats are created from the sneeze of lion?
If you know that's how they are created, then fine, that's how they are created.
I have a problem with that, and I do hope that you have a problem with it too. So, Surah 11 verse 40.
Say it again.
Surah 11 verse 40.
Say it again so that I know.
11 verse 40.
Surah 11 is Surah to Hud.
Verse 40.
Verse 14. Okay, go on.
Do you know what is in that verse?
What did it say?
I'll open it for you.
It said the cat was created from lion. No, tell me, is that what it said?
No, let's read it. It is. You should be okay to read the Quran. Surah 11 verse 40. So it is talking about the flood of Noah. Okay? until when our command come. And
where is it? Oh, 40 you said.
Surah 40, Surah 11 verse 40. Can you read it for us? Because I'm going to ask you a question on this verse.
When our command came and the oven overflowed, we said, Lord, upon of each creature 2 mates in your family, except those about whom the word has proceeded, and whoever has believed, but none had believed with him except a few.
So it is talking about the flood of Noah, when Noah is going to put everything in the ship, and then they are going to go. So in Ibn Kathir, it is talking about while all the animals are going into the ship.
Why did you tell the police about me?
While
you're a snitch. You told the police that I stabbed you.
I didn't tell you that.
Yes, you told the police.
No, sir, you are lying.
Yes, you did.
You are lying.
I don't like that.
You are lying.
No, I'm not. Why are you telling them? You told the police about me.
I didn't, sir.
You're a
You are
snitch.
lying.
You're a shaitan snitch.
You are lying.
You're a scared
well, if you stab...
It's good to stab me. Oh, let me go to the police. Oh. After you started, you couldn't finish it.
You got it wrong, sir.
You called the police a snitch.
No.
You're a snitch.
I didn't call the police on you, but
yes, you
I
did.
wouldn't have any problem. No, they are lying.
No, you're lying.
Police
You're the liar.
lying.
You're the shaitan.
Well, you can call me whatever you want, but police is over there. Why don't you go and tell them?
Because I'm not you.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think going to police and expressing concern is snitching?
So now you just admitted that you called the police on
I didn't.
You just admitted
I didn't, sir.
So the Satan never wins. You're just a liar.
I didn't, sir.
You're a liar. You can't even look at me in the eyes when you say that. Oh, I didn't. You're the Satan.
I didn't call the police on you, sir.
Huh?
I didn't call the police on you.
You're nonce. Huh? You're nonce. You know I'm 14 years old. Huh? I'm 14. You're 14. You're looking at me, you're touching me up like a nonce, bro. Fuck you. Is that what's in your mind? That's you. That's your paedophile. Huh? You're a paedophile. I've been called that many times.
I'm sorry, I have to leave.
You are nonce, isn't it? Huh? How many kids have you touched up? If I find out you touch kids, I want to sort you out. You know? Yeah. I'll put you in your place. I know you have. The 9-year-old girl. Is that what you're doing? Why are you low-key? You're a paedophile motherfucker. I know you are. I love my mum. God says that I should honour my mother and father. Yeah? You love kids. So when you say bad things about my mother, I actually am told to honour my mother. No, he's a paedophile. Huh? He's a paedophile. That's what you think. No, you are nonce. Say swear your mum's life and not nonce. Swear your mum's life and not nonce.
I think because Muhammad was a white man.
You can't even say it.
Muhammad was a white man, so every white man you see, you think they are representing Muhammad.
You don't want to say it. Swear your mum's life. You're scared. You're scared. You're Christian. And you think Jesus died for your sins. That's why you're Christian. God will punish you. So you got your motorbike. You got a motorbike. God will punish you.
So I've been asking questions on the preservation of the Quran, where Muslims are simply denying actually how many Qurans out there. They see with their own eyes, and still they play the game of denial. You can deny as much as you want. You can hide behind your own views as much as you want, but the bottom line is this: on the day of resurrection, on the day of judgment, Quran is going to appeal as a pale man to intercede for those who recite it. If you are today reciting, early Muslims are identifying certain Qurans as wrong Quran, then you are in a big trouble. You are in a big trouble.
So let me talk a bit. Security. I just you know, but it will be convenient. Brother, this guy is walking like a kid. He's taking the bike. You ain't gonna be victorious at all. You're a hypocrite, man. What's wrong with you guys? It's one person. Look at them following me. I'm not stopping them. What's wrong with you, man? Shut up, man. I'm trying to speak with you. Come on.
You don't see them. You're a coward, man. You're a coward. How can you be a sergeant, man? How can you be a sergeant? You're a coward. He's a coward. He's not telling them shit. He's not telling them shit. You're a coward because there's 200 of them. You're a coward because there's more of them than me. You're a one person. You're a loser, man. You're a coward, man.
Just ignore him and leave him. 200 years later, he decided to reconcile this new Jesus at the Council of Nicaea. To be specific, in the year 354, it was Constantine that reconciled Paul's Jesus.
That's Big T being thrown out of the park for the second time. Today, he'll be back. Now I'm going back. So we're now going back.
Jesus is not God and is not the Son of God all the time. I can't get on with the saying.
He got kicked out earlier. Second time.
Yeah. Can I create?
No, you can't create.
I can't create.
Yeah.
Only God creates.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I know what you are hiding in your home?
Nothing.
No. Can I know what your grandfather was putting in the kitchen?
No.
No.
And you don't know.
So I don't know. Why? Because I'm not God. I'm not all-knowing. Allah is rubbish. I'll come to that. No worries. So I wouldn't know that because those things are only God knows.
Yeah.
Okay? So turn on your Quran. Turn on your Quran.
What?
Open your Quran.
I don't have Quran. I'm very small.
This Quran.
I don't read all the Quran.
You don't read the Quran, but you are very much know how to attack the Lord Jesus Christ.
I know.
Muslims don't attack Jesus Christ.
They do attack, ma'am. I'll deal with you in a second. They do. They do.
We believe in Jesus as a prophet.
Surah 5. Surah 5, verse 110.
Yeah.
When Allah will say, "O Jesus, son of Mary, remember my favor upon you and your mother when I supported you with a pure spirit. You spoke to the people in cradle and in maturity. And when I taught you writing and wisdom and the Torah and the gospel, when you designed from a clay, like a form of bird.
Excuse me, you don't understand. You want anybody to translate.
What happened to your phone? You were very brave when you
can I say
your
something?
phone.
Can I say
so
something?
Can you tell me when you said no one can create, only Allah?
Yeah.
Why Jesus is creating bird according to your Quran?
Yeah, now you say Jesus is son of God, yeah?
Why? Listen my question.
Can I?
Why does Jesus create?
Jesus not create.
According to Quran, Jesus creates a bird. So Quran is lying?
Creates a bird. He just blew into it and it flew by the...
Jesus created bird, Surah 5.
Allah, yeah?
No, one Allah failed. Allah failed.
Gave him that ability. Allah gave him that ability.
No.
As like sort of
Show me.
miracles.
Show me.
Huh?
Show me where it says that.
Is that Quran?
That's the Quran.
Yeah. What, really?
Wait. Can I see?
I might got that, man.
No, I don't understand. You like you get you
power bank انت شيء.
You get a random book and say that's Quran.
This is not the Quran. That's okay. If you think this is rubbish, it's absolutely fine. Surah Maida verse 110 is rubbish.
Okay. He creates, yeah? Okay. Maida. Okay. Carry on, man. I'll find it. Just carry on with that, man.
You say this is Quran, yeah?
Is it not?
You are
yes,
Kafra. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Can you come to me when you have your mother or your father with you? I think that will be wiser.
You are Kafra. You are بتروحين النار.
So what?
You are على طول النار.
دقيقة.
So what? So what?
What did you say is in the Quran or not?
كافرة. أكثر مو فاهمة شيء جايبة كتاب محرف وقاعد تقول من كيف هذا.
كن فيكون فيكون
عاد هذه تسولف واجد.
هين. صدقتك ما حشرتني يا ولد.
So for those of you who are watching, we're just waiting for a gentleman to find something on the Quran. And a few moments ago we saw Big T being removed from the park by the police yet again. So that was the second time today that Big T has been removed from the park for, I don't know why he was removed this time, but it's normally for some foolishness. Let's go back to the debate.
Where? Show me where.
Surah 5 verse 110.
He created, he shaped, out of clay, a bird, then he blew into it, and Allah said, by my permission, by my leave, what? It became what?
Did Jesus create the
bird?
Did Jesus create the bird?
Excuse me.
Out of clay only.
So Jesus created the bird out of clay.
Yeah.
With whose breath did Jesus blew into the bird?
Yeah, by the permission of Allah.
Who is breath?
Huh?
Who is breath that Jesus put on the bird?
That took place by the permission of Allah.
Listen my question.
Yes, that was a miracle.
Who is breath Jesus put into the bird?
His own breath.
So Jesus put his own breath into the clay and the bird become alive.
But read all of it. What
so
it says?
Jesus
by the permission
is the creator.
Of Allah. He said, Allah said, by my permission.
Who is power?
Allah said, by my permission.
Who is power? Listen my question. Who is power?
The power of Allah. He took that.
So is that say power or does it say permission?
No, permission. It says
permission. Okay? This gentleman has power to punch me. He's a strong man. He has power to punch me. He doesn't have permission to punch me. Jesus has power in his breath to give life to the bird. It doesn't matter if your Allah, so-called Allah, give permission or not. Jesus had the power to create. So Jesus, I am sorry to tell you, Mr. Muslim, Jesus is much fast creator. Jesus is much faster creator than Allah.
Yeah, but where is Jesus now?
Jesus is with Allah, according to you. According to me, Jesus is seated at the right hand of the Father.
No, Jesus is not now?
Where is Jesus?
Where is he right now?
According to you, he's with Allah.
Basically, okay, who's been administering the affairs of the whole universe?
It doesn't, I don't understand the question.
See that the universe, is being, managed, controlled, influenced by whom right now? Right now, at this very moment.
So what is that has to do with Jesus to be creator?
You need to understand. Listen, I'll tell you something, Back in the days, Moses, asked Allah, do you sleep? You know what he told him? All right, take 2 glass bottles with you, throughout night, remain there, make sure that you don't drop them, So basically, you know what? He felt a bit of slumber on him, then he resisted that, fought it back. Towards the end, what happened? He fell asleep, they dropped, broken, You know what he said to him, Allah? Allah said to him,
don't touch me.
If I sleep, you see the skies, the heavens, they would fall over earth. Did you get that? Did you get the point now? Did you get the point? How is it?
So let me ask my question again. So according to Surah 5, verse 110, which you also read it, Jesus is the creator. Jesus creates the bird with his breath. Jesus has the power.
The verse number 110.
Jesus has the power to create the bird. Jesus has the power to create the bird. Are you agree with me on that?
Not power. I'll tell you what, I can make a shape of a bird out of a clay right now.
Sir,
listen, if I blew with it, would it become really flying bird?
Is your breath powerful enough to give life?
My breath? Absolutely no.
No, so not. For you not. But Jesus' breath is powerful enough. His breath is powerful enough to give life to the bird.
Yeah, but listen,
so
something.
I am not asking about did anyone give him permission or not. Okay? Jesus has the power to give life to clay bird. So that's the first point. So having power and having permission are two different things. He has a power. He has a power to punch me. He doesn't have the permission to do so. So it is the same. It is the same.
Well done.
Allah
I will agree with you on everything, but
Allah.
Just one thing left, How on earth Jesus, let those outlaws assassinate him?
Those what?
The outlaws. Those who killed Jesus, crucified him. Outlaws. I call them outlaws, Outcasts. Call them whatever you want, But how on earth, if he had the power to what? To revive, revitalize the dead out of the graves, or what? Blew into a birds, make them, or what? A lot of things,
Let me respond. That's very good question. That's very good question.
Himself, though?
That's very good question.
Why did he sacrifice himself?
So let me respond. Let me respond.
Honestly.
First of all, that's very good question, and especially thank you very much for bringing the word sacrifice in that. So Jesus Christ has power to give life. Jesus Christ is powerful with his word, whole universe holds together. And same Jesus. Listen now. Listen.
Not Jesus, God.
Listen. And Lord Jesus Christ is powerful enough to hold the universe on his word, power of his word. His word is even so powerful. With the breath of Lord Jesus Christ, everything comes into being. And it is the same Jesus Christ steps into this broken world to die for those sinners. Purpose of Lord Jesus Christ to come into this world so that people like me who are sinners, people like you who are sinners, have a chance to know who God is. Purpose of Lord Jesus Christ to step into the world so that when he dies on the cross by the crucifixion, those of us who repent and who turn to him will declare righteous, and we will have place in the bosom of the Father. Very purpose Jesus come to die, not so that he come to survive. He didn't come as a king, he didn't come as a warrior, he come as a vulnerable baby, lived among us, and gave on the cross himself for us.
Sorry, but let me
It was a sacrificial love. Thank you for putting that together.
Your words are
let me ask you my question. Let me ask you my question. Let me ask you my question. What did Allah do for you?
What do you mean, what Allah?
What did Allah do for you?
Specifically, generally, what is it? There's a lot of things.
God of Bible gave himself for me. God of Bible, Father, loved me enough to send his son. His son loved me enough to give himself for me. What did Allah do for you?
Allah gifted me what? Vision?
What did Allah give you? What did Allah do for you?
Reason, the most important thing, reason.
Allah give you reason?
Reason, the sense.
Are you sure? Think that again. Think that again.
Rain, yeah.
Health, alhamdulillah.
Look, the sun. Tell me something.
This gentleman has arms, he's breathing, he's got eyes, he's got ear, he's walking, he's living walking. I am living walking.
Sunny day.
So,
who gave us the sun? Who gave us the sun?
That's not my question. My question is,
it's for free, by the way.
God of Bible, stop crying, stop crying. God of Bible loved me enough, he gave himself for me so that I can have eternal life with God. What did Allah do for you? How did Allah demonstrate his love for you?
The best thing that Allah made me, you know what? That he made me aware of his grandeur.
What?
That I submitted to Allah. That's the most important things.
And Muhammad?
To the oneness
and
of Allah.
Muhammad. So, answer to my question is, Allah did nothing for you. Allah did nothing for you. That's all you are telling me.
Look at that, look at that. Who created this? Who created
this? God of Bible.
Huh?
God of Bible created this.
Really?
It's the same God of Quran.
No.
Her
No, Allah come down and tie the shoes of Lord Jesus Christ.
God created.
Does Allah have a
there are
son?
three religions.
Does Allah have a son?
There are three religions.
Does Allah have a son?
Allah doesn't need a son.
Allah have a son?
Need a wife.
Did Allah suffered on the cross for humanity? Did Allah, out of his love, gave his son for you?
Your skills are shit. You're not listening.
Thank you. I'm better than Allah. No worries.
What?
I'm better than Allah. No worries.
Hey, it's fine, man. It's fine. You find a lot of like that. But sorry for that. But you
so
said
what did Allah do for you?
Allah? What did Allah did?
What did Allah do for you?
Gifted me the gift of Islam. That's the most important thing.
So what is it about Islam?
Yeah, submission.
What is it about Islam gift?
Submission to his will. Orders, instructions, injunctions, name it.
Yeah, you name it to me. So,
yeah.
So what is it about Allah you need to submit?
You see your speech.
So for example,
honestly,
can you tell me about the character of Allah?
Do you know the Darwinist? You know the Darwinist?
Can you tell me about the character of Allah?
For example, the Darwinist.
Sir, can you tell me about the character of Allah?
I'll tell you something. Right now, I will bring an ape. You know ape? A monkey, yeah? And I will give him what? A typing machine, yeah? And that ape, yeah? Tomorrow or next week, he can come up with, you know what? A sonnet or a play similar to that one of what? Shakespeare. William Shakespeare. A monkey would write this. By next week, he would do it. Isn't it? He can do it, yeah? The monkey. You got what I'm saying here?
No.
So, your reason is similar to the reason of some of the Darwinists, evolutionists. It's the same thing, basically.
Can you tell me about the character of Allah?
What do you
mean? He doesn't know.
What do you mean?
You don't know.
The eyes,
you don't know.
Hands,
you don't need the character of Allah.
Neither do you know. Neither do I know. No one knows.
Because it's
What
so
can
great.
you tell me about Allah?
Allah is so great.
What is it so great about Allah?
Whatever we imagine about Allah, we can't fathom, we can't grasp the being, or what you call it, the intrinsic nature of Allah. Nobody can fathom it.
So what about the womb of Allah? What about the hands of Allah? What about the feet of Allah?
Hey, listen.
What about eyes of Allah?
Hands, fingers, feet. Allah has eyes, yes, but
he's got those, okay?
But listen,
how many hands does Allah have?
They're not similar to any. Not your eyes.
So I've got 2 hands with 10 fingers. How's one Allah does have?
We don't believe in a hadith. Hadith is not Quran.
Yes,
hadith is not.
Yes, but it's not similar to this.
So what is it like? Does it look like hands of chicken? Does it look like hands of squirrel? What does Allah, hands of Allah look like?
Allah is far, far greater. Do you know the word Allahu Akbar? Do you know this word?
That's not my question.
Yes, but you know what that means?
Sir.
You know what that means?
Sir.
Allah is far greater than what we imagine. What you imagine.
Sir, you told me Allah's body part, and Allah looks like a deficient person, okay? I am sorry Allah is deficient. I am sorry Allah is limited. I am sorry Allah needs wheelchair. But let me ask my question again.
This is nonsense. I'll tell you why, yeah? I'll tell you why, yeah? Because Allah is not confined to time and space. Why? Because Allah created time and space. He is not confined to time and space.
What is that?
Imagine right now, if you
I don't know that. What is that word?
I'm showing him. I'm showing him.
Don't ever put your hand in my back. Don't ever put your hand in my back.
Allah.
Muslims are stealers. Make your case.
I'll tell you something, yeah? Right now, if you mess up, yeah? Police will imprison you, will put you in a cell. You know why? Because we are weak. You know what we? We are confined to space. We are confined to space and time. They can put you in a cell, yeah? You're gonna suffer in that cell. Why? Because you are confined to space. The space can contain us. Space can contain us, but space cannot contain Allah. You know why? Because Allah Himself created this space and time itself. Have you read about the cosmology?
Are you Muslim?
Are
you Muslim?
I was born.
I am.
Are you Muslim today?
I was born in Aleppo, yeah.
So you are still Muslim?
Yeah, I grew up. Yeah,
okay.
born and bred.
So,
but here is the thing, tell me something.
Sorry. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Yeah.
Just make sure that you are not talking to atheists, okay? So
you're not atheist.
You express.
But listen,
you express to me. Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. So you express to me Allah cannot enter into space.
No, cannot be confined, controlled by space.
Yeah. So
you know why?
When Allah is sitting in His golden bed, okay, and then asking Muhammad to come closer, how come Allah is able to sit on His golden bed? That's first question. Second question is when Allah came into the earth, planet Earth, how was able to fit? How was Allah able to fit into the planet Earth?
All right. That's a good one. But you know something, yes? Are you talking about the throne? The golden bed, the throne?
I'm not talking about the throne, I'm talking about His golden bed.
No, it's the throne. We call it throne.
No,
the golden
no,
throne.
Allah has throne and Allah has golden bed. My first question was about His golden bed.
He has a chair and He has a throne. I don't know where did you come up with this nonsense. From where did you come up with it? It's not in Quran, it's not in Sunnah. He has a throne and he has a chair. That's it. Apart from that,
He's got golden bed.
Huh?
He's got golden bed.
Only?
What?
Are you Quran only?
No, both.
Right, so it's in Hadith.
No, but don't go to the weak sources and get me that. But here's the thing, you know why?
Let me tell you about Allah's golden bed. And then after that, I want you to tell me how Allah was able to fit into the planet Earth. Not only into the planet Earth, but into the...
Allah has much more exalted to fit in the planet Earth.
Really?
He created it.
Really?
Yes.
Allah is going to disagree with you, sir. I know it is laughable. If I were you, I would laugh too.
I'll tell you what, yeah? I don't know with what face you're going to face Allah tomorrow after that.
I am not going to face Allah.
What? Jesus Christ.
Allah can't even tie my shoes, sir.
It's a bit scary.
Never. Yo, I tell you what, yeah? I'll tell you what. You're right, a spot is not here, yeah? Mental institution, honestly.
Because I'm going to read the Islamic sources.
All due respect, though.
Surah 53, background of Surah 53, verse 7 and 9.
Again, what it says?
Background of Surah 53, verse 7 and 9. Allah and His golden bed. So I read it to you.
Yeah. Is there something in Arabic? I could understand that much better. Let's see that.
Jibreel took me until he reached the great veil. At the almost boundary, Jibreel said, "Go forward, Muhammad." He said, so I went forward until I reached a bed of gold, and it was bedding from the silk of paradise. It's not only Allah have golden bed, but His beddings are from the silk. It's very, very uncomfortable, I know from...
from the very beginning. It was basically an agreement of reducing aggression and de-escalation of the situation in Ukraine. But the Minsk agreement was never really truly upheld by the Russian side especially. And the Ukrainians, seeing that they were getting attacked non-stop by the Russian side, by the pro-Russian rebels, by the terrorists, they could not stand by either. They had to do something. They had to fight back to an extent, which is exactly what happened. The the Minsk agreement, I would say, it's for this current situation, it's absolutely irrelevant. Once again, because nobody upheld it. Because Russia has ruined, they have violated their own agreement.
If everyone's ignored it,
on the first chance that they got. Hold on. So wait. Let me give you an example. Let's say me and you, we make an agreement. So I have a knife. Imagine I have a knife in this hand. I have a knife and you have a knife. And we make an agreement. I tell you, you give me your knife and I agree to never attack you. You give me your knife, you have no power to defend yourself. I shank you with both the knives at the same time. What is this situation? This is exactly what's going on in Ukraine. Ukrainians cannot uphold their side of an agreement that has already been violated by Russia. It's impossible. When you're getting attacked, you need to defend yourself. If you get punched in the face, you need to fight back. If somebody pulls a knife on you, you need to do something about it. You can't just try to appease them. Sorry.
In that situation, how can you take that feeling of powerlessness away?
It's not a silly question at all. It's actually a very important question. This is a very important question. Sorry, let me just answer this question. I'll go to you right after. This is a very good question, and this is something that is really heartbreaking right now. Because there are Ukrainians who are right now in their basements trying to simply survive the Russian onslaught. And there is not much that they can do, and there is not much we right now can do to help them at this moment. But there is one thing we can do, and that is to pressure the governments of the world to help Ukraine. Because this is not a war that Ukraine can win fully by itself. This is a war where Ukraine needs help from outsiders, from other countries, to help them face this threat of Russia. And for your friend, I'm really sorry, I have no idea what the situation is. Sorry? I understand. I mean, there was a possibility of trying to escape Ukraine a few days ago, but now this possibility is very difficult, especially considering that the Russian troops have been indeed attacking innocent civilians, as shows the video where the armored Russian vehicle has run over a civilian car, and the man inside, by a pure miracle, managed to survive. It was an old individual, an old gentleman who was in there. He had to be pulled out of his car because the car almost folded on top of him.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah,
everybody has seen that video. Absolutely ridiculous. What is going on right now? Sorry, this gentleman was first.
Yeah. With the knife situation, especially where I live in East End, when some country with knives, you won.
Well, yeah, that's the best course of action.
You won.
That is the best course of action, yeah. But in this case, Ukraine has the means to fight. It just doesn't have the means to fight for a very long time against the full Russian war machine.
Yeah, but one thing, the president of Russia, he attacked Ukraine. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
He attacked Ukraine after the Winter Olympics.
The Winter Olympics?
Yeah.
More or less at the beginning, during. Absolutely. That's a very good point. And another point that nobody has made before. No. The Winter Olympics were a very good way for Putin to kind of try to mask this invasion. But I would say that he completely failed with that, because right now the invasion is what's on the news everywhere. Every part of the world knows about the invasion. Sorry, go on.
What do you think about the fact that 18 to 60-year-old Ukrainian men are now not able
forbidden to leave? Yes. Yes, That's a debatable law that was passed by the Ukrainian government. We could go whichever way with it. We could say it violates human rights, or we could say it's a necessary measure to do during a time of war. I don't have a strong opinion about it. It is necessary, but it is very sad that that Ukrainian men and boys are going to be forced for this war that was imposed on them by a Russian dictator. All I have to say is that I'm very sad about the current situation, and I wish all the best for the Ukrainian heroes who have been fighting like true heroes against the vastly superior in terms of numbers and also in terms of equipment Russian force. Just a truly heroic resistance. Sorry?
2 hours ago, Denmark has decided to close the border with Russia.
Very good.
So they can't invade the other parts. An hour ago.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is very important. It's very important to isolate Russia as much as possible.
Apart from the communists, the leftists, the wankers,
Absolutely.
the Islamic.
Absolutely.
Where are the stop the war coalition? Where are they? They're sitting at home on their arses.
This is the real war.
Because this isn't the Americans.
This is a real war. That's exactly what I mean. This is a real war. And I hear all of these attempts of deviating the conversation to less important things. People start blaming Ukrainians of allegations of being Nazis, which I already addressed. The Ukrainian president is a Jewish president.
Jeremy Corbyn was due to be on LBC 2 days ago. He pulled out.
Sorry?
He knew.
You deny there is Nazi groups in
There
Ukraine?
is not a single one Nazi group in Ukraine.
What about the Svoboda?
You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. You did not let me finish. Svoboda is not a Nazi group. It never was a Nazi group. It never will be a Nazi group.
Come on, you never
Really?
see that
Yeah, really,
picture
absolutely.
during this time?
Yeah, really,
You never
absolutely.
see that?
Now,
Come on,
again, if you let me finish, I will continue
the
this.
army, though. It's not
Of
even part of the
course,
army.
yes.
Yeah, really, absolutely. Svoboda is not a Nazi group. Now, what is going on? What is a fact is that there are some, unfortunately, some members that identify themselves with the Nazi ideology. There are some, yes, but they're not ruling Svoboda and they're not ruling
The
Ukraine.
Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Justice was not part of Svoboda?
Svoboda is not a Nazi group.
He
Get out of
was!
your head.
Of course he
It's
was!
not a Nazi
He
group.
was, and even the MI6. Even
There's a difference between a
paramilitary group and a Nazi group. Look,
there's a big difference.
I am French,
This is exactly
and I
what
can
I'm
tell
talking
you
about.
it is even mentioned
Okay,
in
he's
the
French, he can tell us what's a Nazi and
report,
what's not a Nazi.
and
Okay,
the
that makes sense.
report.
What is the connection with the government of this paramilitary group? What is the connection?
Football.
Connection?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean, the government, the Ukrainian government, they use this.
Abramovich
They
owns
use them,
Chelsea.
yes.
I wish Chelsea gets taken from Abramovich. Because that's his foothold in Great Britain.
Are proud of the Ukrainian country, and they will fight until the death.
And what's your source of evidence?
I want to make a point about the Nazis, if that's about Nazis, if that's okay.
The French
He's still shouting.
May I finish?
Are you a spy?
May I finish?
Are you a French spy?
May I finish, please?
Why are MI6 talking to you?
May I finish?
Hey guys, if you want to
talking
have a private
No,
discussion,
you're
maybe have it
talking
somewhere
You
else.
just said MI6 told you.
No, they report. Go to MI6 report.
Oh, there's
and
an
even-
MI6 report.
Anyway, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the exact kind of deviation that I'm talking about. We speak about Russian incursion, something that's provable and that has been proven. The Russian atrocities in Ukraine right now, we speak about facts, about things that actually happen. And this individual starts bringing conspiracy theories like, oh, Ukraine has a Nazi government, Svoboda is a Nazi organization. Suddenly everybody's a Nazi. Why might that be? Every single time somebody starts opposing the Russian war machine, they get called Nazis. Now, think about that for a second. Why is it that every single place that opposes Russia gets called a Nazi?
Because it's Putin propaganda.
I just want to make a point to everyone here. I was in Berlin in 2020, and I was one of the counter-protesters to the anti-COVID measures. And there were swastikas in Berlin City being held by people that I was counter-protesting against Nazis. Why then should Russia invade Germany as well? Should Russia invade London because there are Nazis in London?
Absolutely.
There are Nazis still everywhere, which is
There is a percentage of Nazis everywhere, a small minority, and Ukraine is no different.
No, exactly. That is not at all a reason to invade
Absolutely.
the entire country.
I'm not saying because there's Nazis, the reason they invade Ukraine because there's Nazis. I didn't say that.
Why did you mention it then?
Why did you mention that?
Because these people, this army, 100,000 people of Nazi, including
100,000 people are Nazis. Are you joking?
Yes, 100,000 of people in the army are Nazis. The French reports again.
You are insane. Where did you get those numbers?
So what they say this army, this particular army, are bombarding Donbass and Donetsk since 2014. That's what they say.
Lord have mercy. This is absolute insanity. You know, I've heard allegations of some people in the Ukrainian government being Nazis, but I've never heard such unbelievable and ridiculous claims that 100,000 Nazis. Yes, there's legions of Nazis walking through Ukraine.
You deny they are not bombarding Donetsk and the Donbass since 2014?
Buddy, they are at war right now. They've been bombarded and they are bombarding back.
To explain to the population where the Donetsk and Donbass are. Where
it's not Donetsk. Hold on. I will explain. Steve, wait. Steve, wait. I will explain, and including you, because clearly you don't understand the meaning of that. You said Donetsk and Donbass. Donetsk is inside of Donbass. Donbass is a larger region that includes Donetsk and Luhansk. Now hold on. You asked me to explain. I will explain. So, have the Ukrainians been bombarding Donetsk and Luhansk since 2014? The Ukrainians were indeed bombarding them in response for the Russian troops who are located in those exact regions, who were bombarding the Ukrainian positions. And now we come back, exactly, it was an act of self-defense against Russian aggression.
Russian
Troops in Donetsk and Luhansk, absolutely, 100%. There were Russian troops, there was Russian artillery, there were Russian...
Yes, I agree with you. Weapons. There is weapons, Russian weapons, Russian artillery as well but there's
not troops?
Troops.
So, hold on, I'm lying, huh? Okay, hold on. So there's artillery, there's lots of Russian equipment, but there's no Russian troops.
Huh? You just said there were Russian troops in 2000.
There were.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
The Ukrainian military.
Who was manning the artillery? Who brought the artillery? Did the artillery drive itself? Did the trucks drive themselves? Excuse me, but there were Russian citizens driving that artillery. Absolutely. 100%. There were pictures and videos of Russian troops and Russian military vehicles going inside of Ukraine since 2014. This is insanity. This is exactly the kind of insanity I'm mentioning. About the Azov Battalion. So the Azov Battalion is an independent militia group that is stationed nearby the Azov Sea, obviously, that's why they got the name. And it's, look, about Azov Battalion, it's really difficult to actually say what's their ideology, because they don't pledge allegiance to any government. They are an independent militia, and thus, it's kind of a mystery if they're actually Nazis or not. But I would say that they're Nazis in the battalion, but it's not about
this is going to be the beginning of
they
the
have
end
not
of
done any
overt moves
linked with National Socialism. The only thing they've done is that they fought against the Russian incursion of Ukraine. They have not done anything that would violate human rights. Up until now, it remains to be seen. As you say, you know, as I said before, we don't know. We're not sure about them. Yeah, they played their part in fighting the war for the Ukrainian side. But you know, they're not even. Let's suspend our disbelief and imagine for a second. Let's imagine, yes, Azov Battalion have Nazis and all that stuff. They're not ruling the Ukrainian military. They're not even part of the Ukrainian military. They're only an independent militia that happens to be on the same side as the Ukrainian military. They don't take orders from the Ukrainian government. So where did these conspiracy theories come from that Ukraine has a Nazi government? It's absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. There's no other word to describe it. I respect any argument, even pro-Russian arguments. I will listen to them and I will hear them out. But this is pure insanity. This is pure insanity. Yep, go on.
Do you think the 2014 uprising was in any Subsidised or promoted by the Americans or the EU?
Yes.
So you do.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Do you consider it to be a legitimate revolution, or do you think it was a coup?
100% legitimate. It was completely legitimate because Yanukovych made promises he didn't keep. And when a president makes clear promises to do something, and then he does the exact opposite of what he promised to do. And not only that, we need to look at the specific situation of Ukraine. If Yanukovych had closer relations with Russia, Ukraine would lose its independence all over again. He would have agents in all parts of the Ukrainian government. He would rule Ukraine just as he rules Belarus indirectly. And the Ukrainians didn't want that. They rebelled against it and they overthrew a tyrannic ruler, just like the Belarusians tried to do. They were stopped by the Russian incursion, just like the people of Kazakhstan were trying to do, and they were once again stopped by a brutal intervention by Russia. That is what I think.
What promises did he break?
Sorry? He was a very, very good question. Very good question. So the promises that Yanukovych had made to the Ukrainian people were closer relations with the EU and perhaps consideration of joining the EU in the future, because the Ukrainians wanted to be part of the European Union in that time. He broke those promises completely after he became president. Very shortly after he became president, in fact, he immediately started making moves to get closer relations with Russia and make Ukraine part of a trade alliance with Russia and a few other countries.
At the end of USSR between US and NATO to extend NATO and to territory.
Well, look, definitively not to dissolve NATO. Nobody was discussing the dissolution of NATO, but there was discussion. Yeah, there were discussions of not extending NATO, and they were kind of agreeing on it, but at the same time they didn't sign any treaties, so it wasn't any proper agreement. But let me tell you something. I know what you mean right now. You mean that NATO perhaps provoked Russia in this, but there is another view to this, even to this situation, because Russia was openly invading ex-Soviet Union countries. It was openly invading Georgia. Of course, people were afraid of looking at these invasions, and they wanted to join NATO to have protection against Russia. And I ask this to every single pro-Russian person who I debated today and through all the days that I've debated pro-Russians. I've asked them, do you really think Ukraine would have been invaded by Russia if it was part of NATO? Every single one said no, when they didn't try to escape the question. Because it is a difficult question. It would prevent this war, it would prevent the Russian incursion. So, is the NATO to blame? Absolutely not. What is to blame is the lack of action that the West has had up until now.
They ask the Ukrainian to not develop nuclear to protect themselves.
To nuclearly.
Have a responsibility.
Yes. A million times yes. That is what I was talking about when I mentioned the Budapest Memorandum. The UK and the US have promised to help Ukraine uphold its sovereignty in the face of Russian incursions in the future if Ukraine disarmed its nuclear arsenal. And it was the third biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. Uncomparable to any other nuclear disarmament or any disarmament in human history. Completely unprecedented. And people don't speak about it yet.
So your main justification for the uprising in 2014 and the reason you say it's legitimate is because the Ukrainian president on his promises of aligning more closely with the EU than aligning with Russia. Now, was there any...
That's the main one, that's not the only one.
Yeah, were there any things that were specifically unconstitutional? Because I think a lot of people would consider that to be something, okay, so a politically broke their promises, vote them out in the next election. Is there anything that's like specifically him breaking the constitution?
Absolutely. I can give you the exact example of that. In the beginning, when Yanukovych was considering, it was already all planned, to join Russia in an economic alliance, the Ukrainians went to protest. And it was a completely peaceful protest with absolutely nothing implying anything else. And Yanukovych, he tried to beat down those protests with military force. He tried to beat down those protests with paramilitary semi-police forces like Berkut and all kinds of different, police forces. He was very aggressive and very violent on them. And after that, the Ukrainians toppled him. Sorry, go on.
They were shooting both sides on those Maidan demonstrations.
Shooting both sides? What do you mean by that?
Shot at by snipers.
What both sides?
So in other words, people who were...
So the policemen were getting shot by the snipers?
Both of them were being shot.
But there was nobody protesting against joining the EU. No. There was the police that was beating down the Ukrainian protesters who were protesting against joining Russia in the alliance and for coming with the EU, coming closer to the EU. Nobody was shooting any pro-Russians. That is an absolute lie. I deny that categorically. Yeah, of course. Go on.
The Democratic Party in America did a special deal with Russia and NATO to do what they're doing to Ukraine now. Don't you think there's a game somewhere amongst those three?
If I think that they agreed about this with Russia.
Because now they said to Zelensky, why don't you escape and come out? So it looks obvious that something is going on between those.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah?
I think it might be a little bit conspiratorial to imply that. I think, look, again, I have lots of criticisms of NATO and especially US and UK about the current situation, but it is about things they didn't do, not about things that they did.
Did you really expect them to do that? Did anybody really expect them to do that?
What kind of a question is this? They were bound to do it. They signed an agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. What kind of a question is, did you really expect them to do that? It's like asking a Polish person, did you really expect Hitler not to invade you? Oh, you dummy. It's a ridiculous way of putting it, Heiko. I'm sure you see it.
What you said was that the British and Americans have made commitments to defend
Ukraine. Yes.
Did you really expect them to do that?
Here we go, exactly the same question. And I just showed how this is a ridiculous question to ask. It's absolutely ridiculous. Because, again, it's like asking a Polish person who got invaded by Nazi Germany, what did you expect people to help you? Poland, hold on, Poland had alliances. Poland has pledges of help. People have pledged to help Poland when it would get invaded. Did they help Poland immediately? No. They tried to solve the situation peacefully with Hitler, with Nazi Germany, who had absolutely no interest with solving the situation peacefully, just like Putin has no interest in solving the situation peacefully. Putin will go as far as he can until he's shown brute force, because that's the only thing that Putin understands. Who's first? Okay, go on.
Can I ask you about Britain's support for Yanukovych? When Yanukovych was killing people on Euromaidan, your countrymen wanting to join closer with Europe and go away from Russia, Yanukovych, there's now 100 people still missing from that process, probably dead. Did you know
Not probably, certainly.
What do you think of the British sale of £22 million worth of military equipment to Yanukovych in 2013, including sniper rifles, weapon sights and other military equipment? If you're asking Britain to help Ukraine, are you not at least going to acknowledge that in the past Britain has helped to make life miserable for Ukraine and stir the problem in Ukraine?
Well, first of all, I would ask you, what is military equipment?
Rifles, that's the most important one.
Okay, so 20 million in sniper rifles.
I'm sorry.
Every single Ukrainian citizen would have, half of the Ukrainian citizens would have sniper rifles.
Those British sniper rifles. Sure
this is a ridiculous conspiracy theory, Kyle. I'm certain you must realize how ridiculous this sounds. 20 million pounds on sniper rifles? Are you serious?
That's a lot of sniper rifles, my friend. And like I
said, that's a lot of sniper rifles. Nobody would buy that many sniper rifles.
Would you minimize that and tell that to a family of a person who's shot in the head by
This is ridiculous. This is pure ridiculousness. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Sorry, go on.
By British sold sniper rifles. That is important.
Okay, let him speak. Let him speak now.
I have a two-part question.
No problem.
The first is, do you believe in nation states?
Okay.
And secondly, what do you think of where the borders are drawn in Ukraine?
What's the second one? Sorry?
What do you think of where the borders are drawn in Ukraine?
What do I think about where the borders should be drawn?
Where the borders are drawn as opposed to where
they are drawn?
Yeah, as opposed to where you think they should be drawn.
Okay. Well, where they are drawn right now, nobody knows, because nobody knows the exact positions of the different military forces, as is obvious.
Officially, where do you, like, looking at the borders of the modern state of Ukraine that everyone recognizes?
Officially is very open to interpretation in terms of Ukraine, because some countries have recognized the terrorist nations of Donetsk and Luhansk as legit countries, and other countries have not recognized them.
Do you believe that the east of Ukraine is full of people who primarily identify as Russian or Russian speakers, primarily like first language Russians. Do you think that those people should be included within a nation called Ukraine? Or do you think Ukraine should be for the people who speak the Ukrainian dialect or Ukrainian language? Do you think Ukraine for the Ukrainians or Ukraine should include people who are also first and foremost Russians?
What I think is this. I think that the people in eastern Ukraine are really angry with the current situation, and this is not what they signed up for. What they signed up for is to fight Nazis, which is what Putin told them that they were doing, and which is part of the lie that Putin has inculcated into them. He has spread his propaganda to those people, and I feel very sad for them, because basically their lives have been ruined because of a big fat lie that Putin has propagated about Russian speakers being oppressed in Ukraine, which is absolutely not true.
I'm not talking about oppression. I'm not talking about the Nazi question. I'm just saying, like, generally, personally, like, I believe in the concept of a nation state. So you've got people with the same language, the same culture, the same history, and you would group those people together within a country, and that would be a nation. It would be a nation and a state together, nation state. Clearly, in Ukraine, there is a bit of a divide. The east-west divide is quite a significant thing. You also have a lot of people who are more pro-Russian in the south. Do you think that it's a good idea to have all of those people together under one state? Or do you think maybe it might be a better idea to split it into people who all seem to agree with one thing and people who all seem to agree with another thing, so people can actually just have two different options, so everyone can have their own options?
Yeah, I understand your question, but you also need to understand that before Putin started spreading misinformation, nobody had a problem with living in Ukraine. The Russians, the ethnic Russians that lived in eastern Ukraine were perfectly all right with living in eastern Ukraine.
There was a clear political division, though, in the
Of course, political division, yes. Nobody was trying to separate from Ukraine. Nobody wanted to join Russia. No, there were no conversations of that, at least not on a serious level. But only after Putin started making the allegations of Ukrainian Nazis, only then they started rebelling.
Whether they were created by that or not, the situation you have now is where a significant number of people in the East have declared they want something independent, or would, even if everyone withdrew and there was a democratic election, I'd pretty much guarantee you the referendum would go in favour of separation or unity with Russia.
Unity with Russia?
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe separation or unity with Russia.
Well, I'd say we'll decide that when this war is over. Right? For now, it's too early to decide that.
Would you say to the people in the east of Ukraine, would you say, look, we want to win the war with Russia, but at the end of the war, if you guys want to leave, then you can leave, you can separate, you can have out. So would you say that to those people?
No, what I would say is that you've been lied to, you've been deceived, and you've been bamboozled by Putin. And now you see the truth as it is, exactly as it is, that Putin has made up this whole conflict to basically prove a point. And you have been nothing but his pawns. That is what I would tell them.
Even if people...
But it isn't the NATO story also like that?
Even if
isn't the NATO what, sorry?
Isn't the NATO story, we're going to get you into NATO to defend you. Isn't that like that? Well, like you've lost 200 years. I'm just saying that, but that's what he was saying. He was saying they made a commitment. They betrayed.
Not NATO. I didn't say NATO made a commitment. I said the UK and US made commitments.
Well, that is
well, that's not the whole NATO. That's part of NATO.
NATO is not using past examples
to justify.
Sure, I mean, US is the most important part of NATO, but it's not the whole NATO. Anyway, that's debatable. That's debatable.
But isn't it also a false narrative? So if you're saying the Nazi narrative is false, isn't the narrative that joining NATO is going to happen, and that you're going to defend NATO, or that Americans will defend you, isn't that also false?
No, but hold on. Now, what I think I'm being misunderstood. I'm saying that Ukraine should have been allowed into NATO long ago. Right now, whether Ukraine joins NATO or not won't make that much of a big difference. What will make a big difference is if Ukraine gets help, military help, more direct help from the West, and absolute economic isolation for Russia. That is what we need right now. A symbolic joining of NATO. I mean, it is necessary. Russia would probably stop attacking.
Do you not think it's safer for everybody, including Ukraine, to be a neutral country Ukraine should be a neutral country, shouldn't it? Not if you have a hostile military alliance right on Russia's border. Do you not see it from their point of view how aggressive that is?
Look, I'm sorry, but this is the silliest question that I've been asked yet. This is the absolute. This takes the cake. This takes the cake. I'll explain why it's okay. I'll explain it why it's a silly question. Once again, I'll give the example of Poland. This is like telling Poland after they got invaded by Nazis and Soviets, why doesn't Poland become a neutral country and all this situation will be over? Of course we would like to be a neutral country. Russia won't let us be a neutral country.
Poland wasn't initially in NATO.
I'm not saying Poland was in NATO. I'm not saying Poland was in...
They didn't want Poland in NATO for
Poland
exactly
was
that
in
reason.
NATO. I'm saying you want Ukraine to be neutral. What kind of neutrality can a country that's being attacked be? How can it be neutral at that point? It's like I start punching you right now, and people tell you, "Oh, be neutral, Kyle. Be neutral." He's gonna stop.
I'm not saying
it's ridiculous.
I'm not saying they shouldn't fight to defend themselves from Russia. That's great.
Well, that's not neutrality.
I love that. No, but
that's being enemies.
I'm saying they should be a neutral state, and that they shouldn't join NATO, and neither should they join a military alliance with Russia. They should be a neutral buffer country.
What buffer country? Thank you very much. Ukraine should be a buffer country. I'm done with this questioning. I'm done with this question. Now this is exactly what I mean when I say people are deviating from things that matter. People are deviating from the promises that were made to Ukraine by the West, and not only by the West, by many different countries, especially by Russia, which is violated. How can you trust a country that violated its promises?
Are you aware that Gorbachev met with George Bush, and he said that we'll let you rejoin Germany, reuniting with Western Germany, so it's fine with that. And that's an amazing concession, considering that Germany has destroyed Russia repeatedly throughout history. He was fine with that. He said, as long as NATO does not expand 1 inch to the east. The Americans agreed at the time. You can read Gorbachev's memories.
And how is that treaty called?
It's not. It wasn't
absolutely. It's not a treaty. It's not something that was signed.
Oh, so you're saying we can make a gentleman's agreement and violate it later?
No, I'm saying words are words and agreements are agreements. It's absolutely different.
Agreement with the Americans.
No, hold on. Stop.
I see how it is.
Excuse me. Okay, what? Yeah, thank you.
So you're okay with violating the agreement just as long as it's
what
not
I'm
on paper?
saying is this.
If it's on paper, then you don't agree with it.
Kyle, it's debatable. Kyle, you don't understand what I'm saying and you don't let me answer the question. What I'm saying is, when you make a verbal agreement behind closed doors that nobody can truly see or prove,
you can go back on it and just you just ignore it.
No, I'm saying it's an uncertain agreement. And what Ukraine made with UK, US and Russia was not an uncertain agreement. It was a written down memorandum about what is going to happen in the future. Because once again, Ukraine has made the greatest sacrifice any country in human history has ever made in the name of world peace. Nothing even compares.
What?
You laugh. It shows how stupid you are, Kyle. You don't realize Ukraine did the biggest nuclear disarmament in human history. Enough nukes to end the planet.
That was great. That's all good.
Yeah, that's great. And you're laughing. You're making a fool out of
You're
yourself.
making exaggeration.
You're making an absolute fool of yourself, Kyle. I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you.
What do you think of the current
Sorry, yeah, go on.
What do you think of the current government of Ukraine? Do you believe that
The current government?
Yeah, do you believe that they're corrupt, or do you believe that they're keeping to the law?
So the current government of Ukraine has surprised me very positively in the last few days. I thought they would flee with their tails between their legs, but they have stood their ground and they started fighting against the Russian aggression. And I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of how they've been behaving. Now, I'm not denying the corruption allegations. There is still corruption in Ukraine, for sure. Absolutely. Especially the opposition party, which is basically the communist party in disguise. Because Ukrainians don't allow communist parties, fortunately, and they should keep it up that way. But yeah, indeed, there is some corruption. But President Zelensky, let me just finish with one more thing. President Zelensky has indeed made some moves to fight corruption, and he has made other moves to fix the infrastructure in Ukraine, for example, roads and all of those things. So he has indeed been a positive president up until now. And this situation, with him standing his ground in Kiev, is really telling that he is indeed, seems to be a worthy president, yes. How many political parties? Ooh, that is not something that I know for sure. I don't know how many, the exact number of political parties. I know the most relevant, the main one. The main one, that's basically the main one, is servant of the people, which is the party of the Ukrainian president. It has a vast majority. There's also the opposition party, which, as I said, is the, it's the Communist Party in disguise. It's basically still subversive Russian forces. Sorry? No, there's more parties. Yeah, there's lots of parties. There's I think there's a nationalist party. There's a few other parties. But look, let's be honest here. They are less relevant. It's like talking about the Green Party. The Green Party is not really relevant. The one thing. Yeah, the two main ones, I guess. Sorry?
Soros Party.
Soros Party, that's the opposition party, the Communist Party.
They're all the same.
They're all the same?
Yeah,
well, I kind of disagree with that, but sorry, yeah, go on.
What would you like Britain to do about all of this? Because Boris Johnson seems to have lit up Downing Street in like blue and yellow, but what do you actually want from Britain and the British people?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Sorry, let me just answer this question, please, first. I'll answer yours next. So, yeah,
peace between
Absolutely.
neighbours and within countries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
you very much. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Wait, I didn't get to answer the question yet, sir. Sorry. Anyway, your question was very good. It's what do I want the UK to do in this situation, right? So the first thing I want the people in the UK to do is to know, to be aware, to know what's going on, to actually figure out who are the aggressors and who are the people fighting for their freedom. That is the very first thing that needs to be done. And I know it might sound a little bit like a platitude, oh, just to know it's not actually doing anything. It is doing something, because people do not know, which is what I've seen many, many times. People do not know what's going on. People do not know why the war is being fought, and they don't know who's in the right of this war and who's in the wrong. That's the first point. The second point is to implement full throttle sanctions on Russia. They need to confiscate Abramovich's properties. Chelsea must not be owned by a Russian mobster. The Chelsea Football Club must not be owned because Chelsea is owned by Abramovich. No, because Abramovich owns Chelsea. I'm not talking against Chelsea. I'm talking against Abramovich owning Chelsea. You know what I mean? I've nothing against Chelsea. But Chelsea is his asset. Chelsea is his asset. That's part of his assets. No, look, again, I'm nothing against football clubs. I'm not very fanatic in terms of football. This is not that kind of a conversation. Okay, go on, fine.
10 years ago, there was 51 million people in Ukraine.
51?
Yeah, over 50 million.
More or less.
And now,
sure.
About 42. What happened with the 9 million?
They fled.
Why? To you go democracy.
The war.
Seems like democracy. There was
are
no
we on the
war.
same page here? There's a war going on. It's been going on for quite a while.
Well, there was a real war going last 3 days.
What? What, Ukraine? Ukraine is not in the European Union, no. I wish we would never have this problem if we were in the European Union.
Local authorities like Westminster, Kingston and Chelsea,
okay.
That have the Russians got their money in there. So if we want to sanction them, that means the local authorities will lose out money.
Yes, a million times yes. That is exactly the reason why they won't sanction them, because they're going to lose money. They know they're going to lose money. Sorry. He said that they're not sanctioning Russia more because they're going to lose money, basically. And that's absolutely true.
Do you not feel that the European Union will throw Ukraine under the bus because of how much gas he controls?
I think the European Union has in its best interest to actually side completely with Ukraine right now and finally make Putin stop. Because if they put, if they put a new president in charge of Russia, if Russia gets pressured enough, if Russia gets completely isolated, and if the Russian people, by the way, I don't oppose the Russian people. The Russian people have been protesting against Putin's tyranny. The Russian people have been speaking out against it. We don't know about it because Putin reduces those protests. He imprisons thousands of people. Thousands of people. Yeah, but we don't know the full scale of it. That's what I mean. We know it's going on. We know it's going on. We just don't know. Why have they voted in Putin? Because they're scared. That's why. They're absolutely terrified. Why have they voted in Putin? Why has there not been a successful opposition leader besides Putin? Look at Navalny. He got poisoned. I think it's pretty clear why nobody got elected. What's my solution? Depose Putin. Put a new ruler. Well, again, first point, practical solutions. Very good, very good. Full throttle sanctions, complete isolation of Russia, more direct military help for Ukraine so that Ukraine can hold for far longer.
Because of the oil, yeah?
It's a short-term solution anyway.
Do all the Britons and all the everywhere, do all of us want to suffer? And my guess is most people, they don't want to have to, we're already paying double and triple for energy prices. Do we want to double that? And probably most people say no. Now, I feel for the Ukrainians, I really do.
This is not a make-feel situation. No, I'm sorry. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm not making an emotional argument. We should help Ukrainian people because they want to be free. No. That is not the argument I'm making. The argument I am making, listen, the argument I am making is that it is in the best interest of the West to help Ukraine because this is the best opportunity they will get of finally deposing Putin. Putin has been blackmailing the West and overall Europe for decades now. Whole decades he's been blackmailing them. Do the Europeans still want to live under this yoke? Do they still want to be held at ransom by Putin? And this is a great opportunity to fix that. This is a great opportunity to end his reign of terror.
So the European Union is, you know, a globalist, unaccountable oligarchy, which is a hostile supranational foreign state, which has been working to subvert our democracy in this country.
Such harsh words, seriously. Such harsh words.
If Ukraine is going to ally itself with the European Union, surely Ukraine's going to be subverting its own democracy in the same way as these communist parties. And why would we want to do anything here as Britain which would favour the European Union? It's not just Ukraine. It'd be us helping a foreign superstate that hates us and is currently subverting our democracy.
Now, before I answer, let me just say that I am not an EU fanboy. If Russia wasn't a threat for Ukraine, I would not want Ukraine to join the EU, or especially not NATO. But unfortunately, we got Russia as our neighbor, goody-goody. But I will answer that with a different analogy. So, when you have a bear at your throat, you don't worry about the wolf around the corner. You first worry about the bear who's trying to maul you to death, and then you worry about somebody who might attack you later on. And that is the situation where Ukraine is right now. Our very existence is at stake if we don't defeat Russia right now. So we need help from whoever offers help, and especially those who promise to help.
Wouldn't you say, if you see a bear and a wolf fighting, that it's probably best to just stand aside and not intervene with the bear and the wolf?
Yeah, it would be nice for us, but we're getting attacked by the bear.
It's been coming after you, and you're thinking, if I help shoot down that bear, that wolf's going to have nothing to attack.
This bear has been bullying the wolf for generations. And now the bear is attacking us, the Ukrainians. And the wolf has the back of the bear completely free to attack it. This is the best opportunity.
Yes, but then we don't want, but if the bear and the wolf are busy fighting, like
but they're not busy fighting. The bear is attacking Ukraine.
The thing was, the Putin was not provoked by Ukraine.
That has been the British foreign policy for 1,000 years. It's been a divided Europe.
No, not divided Europe, a Europe at peace.
Which is a divided Europe.
Not necessarily. There could be alliances, but not an empire.
Yeah, exactly. And those alliances are what will move them together. But the EU is an empire. It's the Catholic Church 2.0. We had our Reformation. We chose to say, no, we want to read the Bible in our own language. We don't want to be controlled.
No problem. No, but I'm not saying... Hold on a second. I'm not saying you should join the EU.
Yeah, but you said like bear and lion or whatever. The thing is, like, Putin was never.
Thank you very much.
How do you say that? Like, Ukraine never wanted the war. Like, Ukrainians are only defending themselves. And like you say, why should we defend them? The thing is, all countries like kind of politically correctness, they said no, we will not help you, but we can send you like armor or the weapons or whatever. So as Ukraine can have their own like area because it's a real country, like Russia says no, but they still deserve to have the area to live in peace, and that's why Ukraine is defending themselves.
Absolutely.
And like
yeah, they have the right to defend themselves. At
Putin
least.
was never like it was not Ukraine's fault that Putin decided to attack them.
Absolutely.
Like there was like always dispute because, according to Putin, the Ukraine is the old area of Russia, and during the World War,
which was another blatant lie.
Which was another war, like. But if you think about it, all of those. If you think about it, all the Europe is basically the old Roman Empire, and it doesn't mean you should give it back to Italy or something.
But if Ukraine's going to join the EU,
no, it's not about that.
Weasley, hold on. This is not what I am defending. I'm not saying we need to join the EU now. We need to join the NATO now. I'm saying we need help.
But what
need help
what will be the
something
outcome?
more specific.
What will be the outcome? Ukraine joining the EU, and then there is no democracy in Ukraine. It's the same thing. It's like on one hand,
maybe
Russia takes over. There's no democracy. On the other hand, the EU takes over. There's no democracy.
Hold on. Do you know what China is doing right now?
Yeah, taking over everything. New World Order.
That's not exactly what I mean. I mean more specifically, they have troops patrolling around Taiwan. The Chinese are looking with very keen eyes at the situation to see if the West will do something, if the West still has teeth to defend themselves, to defend their interests. And the West is not showing any teeth.
If we got involved
they need to
in
show
Ukraine,
some teeth right now.
That's exactly when they go for Taiwan. They go, they're bogged down, fighting a war against Russia. Now's the time. And that's exactly
what are you talking about?
Everything would kick off in the Middle East.
What kind of mental gymnastics is that?
This is World War in the making, right? So imagine this, right? US, right, and the West decides they're going to go get involved in Ukraine, puts all their military power into that, right? China then, next day, invades Taiwan, right? Then you're going to have some sort of situation, and I'm not pro or anti-Israel.
Wait.
I
can see where this is going.
In the Middle East, which you know America's going to get drawn into, where countries go, oh, do you know what, right? It's open season. Any US ally, and that is where it's going to be chaos. It's going to be all over the world. There will be chaos, and then you'll have these states forming alliances with each other, and you'll have this Western bloc, you'll have this Eastern bloc, and you'll have a world war. Like, why? How does entering one war and making yourself
But who's saying entering World War? Where did you get that from? I'm certainly not preaching that. Where did you get that idea that I want a world war?
No, but you're saying we need
I'm
sanctions.
saying there needs to be intervention to stop Russia,
And
yes.
if there were military intervention, I'm not saying...
In Ukraine, not in Russia.
I'm saying if there were military intervention, I know you just called for sanctions, but I'm just saying if there were military intervention, that would mean that if China then moved into Taiwan, we'd be fighting on two fronts. That's a worse situation than just going, do you know what, I'm going to just like put stations and troops in Taiwan and just let Ukraine happen.
Okay, hold on. So, in a war that has already started, you would preach inaction, but in a war that might start, you would preach action.
I think there are...
How does that make sense?
I think there are clearer lines to be drawn on Taiwan than in Ukraine.
Clearer lines? What are those clearer lines? Why do those lines not exist in Ukraine?
The West are scared of Putin, and they're not scared.
Well, the West is also... Yes, it is. They should be a lot more scared of China than of Putin. China is far more powerful than Putin is.
In general, they're scared of both. But it's more pro-Putin.
No. China is far more dangerous than Putin is. China is far more dangerous.
So at the end of the day, if we need to fight in Taiwan. And
no, you need to fight in Ukraine right now to prove that you can fight.
Taiwan has to be the red
because if
line.
the West doesn't fight, it proves that they are toothless. It proves that Putin can do, if a second-rate dictator like Putin can do what he whims in Ukraine, a first-rate dictator like Xi Jinping can do whatever he wishes.
I agree. If they don't defend Ukraine, China will take it.
Absolutely. China will be emboldened to take Taiwan.
Will we be stronger or weaker if we go into Ukraine and we bog down our armies in a war with Russia?
What do you mean
will
bog
we be
down?
more or less able to defend Taiwan? More or less?
Look, Russia is not a superpower anymore. This is the misconception I keep hearing. It's as if... oh, second time, huh? Careful, man. Third time is a charm. Don't break it. Anyway, what I was saying is this. I keep getting this misconception that Russia is a world power. Russia is really dangerous. Russia is dangerous because it has nukes. All the rest of its power is irrelevant. It's hold on. No, I'm talking about actual, physical warfare. Wait, let me finish. Guys, let me finish. What I mean is this: Russia is very dangerous to a country like Ukraine, who doesn't have the abilities of NATO, who doesn't have the abilities of the US. But Russia is no threat at all to US if you exclude the nukes. If the US wanted to invade Russia and we remove nukes from the military theater, US would take Russia in days. I mean, not all of it, because it's unbelievably huge. It wouldn't occupy all of it, but it would take key regions.
When was the last successful invasion of Russia?
Huh?
When was the last successful invasion of Russia?
The Mongol Empire.
That's my point, man. Like, unless you've got some spicy Mongols on horseback, like shooting bows whilst they're also riding
Hold on a second. I'm talking about a relatively lengthy invasion. If you want a successful invasion that you invaded, but then you were pushed back, you can talk about
the US
Nazi
can't
invasion.
Take Afghanistan. You think they can't? They can't
Here we go. Okay, this is just misinformation at this point.
How the hell are they going to take Russia?
Of course, US can take Afghanistan. Afghanistan is simply not worth the resources of putting it in there. Now, I completely disagree with what Biden did with Afghanistan, by the way. He just fled with his tail between his legs. But US is far superior military power. Is this really an argument?
Because it's guerrilla war. You'd be fighting street to street.
Sorry?
Like, literally
What do you mean,
half the
movies?
population of Russia would pick up a gun.
Who,
How
US?
the hell would you ever fight
In real life too?
No.
Yes.
They don't.
What do you mean?
They run away from Somalia, they run away from Iraq, they run away from Afghanistan.
There was not. Look. Okay. I need to clear a misconception here.
When was the last time the US
Thank you, Ukraine.
Ukraine did the Molotov cocktails. Is it time that you change the name? Because that's a Russian.
What, Molotov cocktail?
They should be calling it something else.
Why? It was...
Like Ukrainian cocktail something.
Ukrainians aren't gonna... Look, this is... I understand it's a joke, but look, Ukrainians aren't the kind of people that are going to start changing AK-47 from Kalashnikov to something different just because it was made by a Russian. Ukrainians don't really care about that. Ukrainians don't hate Russians, they hate Putin and they hate totalitarianism. This is why Ukrainians are fighting.
Molotov was the Russian propaganda minister, I think, and it was the Finns who called them Molotov cocktails. Because they were the ones
So. There was also the Molotov Treaty between agreement, between the USSR and Nazi Germany to divide Poland in half, which is something that seems very reminiscent to the situation that we're facing right now. Because I keep hearing these arguments: just let Ukraine happen, just let whatever happens happens.
We also learned the lessons from mainly First World War, where the West people did interfere, and it turned into a world war, which started as two warring countries, and it turned into a world war with millions, 60 million or something lives. I don't remember.
You mean first or second?
Well, start the first. The second was really an extension of the first. But the first World War was two countries fighting and everyone else getting involved, getting involved. Which is why we're so loath nowadays to get involved, because with all the, even that they explained that it might be a, it might be good for us to intervene. Still, nobody wants to see another world war.
Of course not.
That is the problem.
Neither do I.
Yeah, exactly, but that is. But you are also biased that you want Ukraine to be protected, which I understand.
Sure, you could look. You can call me biased. I'm not going to say I'm not biased. I am biased, but I think look. What I won't agree to is when people say that I'm making emotional arguments for people to defend Ukraine. No, I'm not making any emotional arguments at all. I'm not saying you should go to Ukraine and fight for Ukraine, or you should do this or do that. I'm saying what you should do is because of the treaties made between the different countries, which is a very political argument. And I'm also saying that it's in the best interest of the West to help Ukraine right now, because Ukraine is on its side and Russia is against it, and Russia is an ally of China. Go on.
Are you going to go and fight yourself?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
He doesn't want to die.
This is exactly why I'm not telling anybody to go to Ukraine. I'm not going to tell people to do something that I'm not going to do myself. I don't want to be a hypocrite. Now the question of why not seems to be quite weird right now. What, are you trying to get rid of me?
No.
It seems that way.
But what you're saying is you're asking us to take what we consider to be a very serious risk with the future of our country, future of the world.
What, with sanctions?
Yeah, I think energy supplies...
Sanctions aren't a risk to your life.
I think they would be the risks to the lives of many, because if you have the lights turn off, right, if you have genuinely like energy supplies, which we get a lot piped in from France, if they're going to start cutting it off to EU countries, they start cutting it off to Germany, and it has to get to more shared ground, people are going to freeze. So basically, people
aren't going to freeze if it's no longer winter, at least not in the UK or Portugal or Spain. This is why it's in the best interest of everybody to end the war as quickly as possible and to start doing something as quickly as possible and not drag their feet like Germany is doing. I'm not saying it's risk-free. I'm not saying it's risk-free. Look, hold on. I'm living in this country right now. If sanctions happen and this country gets messed up, I'm going to suffer. It's not like I'm immune from what I'm preaching the British people to do. Hold on. I am not telling British people to do something I would not be willing to do myself, but I am preaching them to do something that I would be willing to risk myself. I think that's not a hypocritical point of view. Putin is a huge threat to...
Would you fight for your country? Me? Yeah. Yes. Why? Because it's my homeland. My ancestors went through 2 world wars. True.
What is your country? If you...
We are now coming to an end of this excellent debate and this live stream. And my name is Wendell Daniel from StreetMic. We have been live streaming down here at Speaker's Corner since 1 o'clock. So we've been live streaming for about 5 hours. And we shall now be closing down because I have a very long day tomorrow. But what I will say is thank you very much for watching. My name is Wendell Daniel from StreetMic, and if you like what you're seeing, give me the thumbs up, make your comments down below, share and follow. We're currently live streaming on YouTube, on Facebook and also on Vimeo, so we're currently live streaming on 3 different networks. And one thing you must do is switch on your notification bell, and every time we go live you will be informed. So this debate will continue down here at Speaker's Corner, and StreetMic has to go elsewhere now because I've been live streaming for 5 hours. So all I can do and say is thank you very much for watching. And the person currently on the soapbox speaking, his name is Pavlo, and he's a well-known debater down here at Speaker's Corner. So thank you very much for watching, and goodbye, because we are now signing out for now. Goodbye.
The Minsk agreement. The Minsk agreement was not upheld by anyone. Especially not by Russia. Russians